this is a very historical, it has a historical significance because China as a developing country, or some people believe China is already a developed country, but certainly China believes it's still a developing country. China is becoming a setter of standards for itself and also for others. I'm talking about standards in technology, in business model, in products such as the new energy vehicles, but also in digital currencies. So in the past, China was known as a copycat. Then China was known to be quite innovative, but China was innovative on the basis of other people's standards. And now we're beginning to see how China is developing its own standards that other people, including China itself, could follow. And I think this is also another very important tipping point for the rest of the world to take notice. Next page. So what do we see? The key takeaways from the observations that I share with you just in the last several minutes is that based on these inflection points or tipping points, we can hypothesize that we are entering into a new world. And this new world is epitomized by being multipolar. Hopefully, it's going to be underpinned by the notion of coexistence and also by working together and create win-win situation. It would be the first time that many emerging markets, i.e. countries in the global south, will lift its living conditions of its citizens, some very basic subsistence to a certain degree of dignity. And I think the Belt and Road Initiative is a big part of it, but it's not the only part of it. China presents to the global south countries an alternative development model. Many of the global south countries have tried to develop for the last several decades, following the model that's presented to them by the Western institutions. And they have genuinely tried. Some make some progress, some did not make a whole lot of progress, some perhaps even step backwards. To what extent the China development model would work for them is hard to say at this moment. But I think for a lot of these countries, they're now seeing that in addition to the Western development model, there would be another model that they can learn and imitate, and maybe it will work for them, but maybe it would not work. But that's where the risk is. But certainly, from this country's standpoint, they see an additional dimensions of their ability to grow. So as a result of that, I believe that the center of gravity of the world is going to shift, and the trade patterns is going to change. And then, in my view, the financial methods that we are now have been doing or have been adopting for the last many decades could be disrupted. At this times of change, there will still be a lot of disruptions and perhaps conflicts, i.e. military conflicts that we are now seeing. I think those things will continue to happen in some form or manner, but there will also be a lot of opportunities for working together. And I believe that in the new world, many countries will try to coexist, will try to work together in a peaceful manner. And for many countries, it will be the first time in the history that they will find a way to break out from the past and into a future. Thank you very much. I think that's I think that's my last page.
Thank you so much, Dr. Se. We apologize for the technical difficulties. It seems that we've resolved them. Now I'd like to move us into our next event, the Cornell EMI Corning Case Competition Finals. I'd like to introduce Julian Galarza to the stage to open the case competition.
Thank you, Giovanni. As Giovanni, my name is Julian Galarza, and I am a second year MBA at Cornell Johnson and a proud EMI fellow. So I have been working, I will introduce myself and a little bit of context on the case. So I have been working with the EMI for the past 2 years in different areas. And today I'm happy to be part of the EMI Case Competition 2023. And this is the 7th case competition that the EMI is hosting. So first, I would like to thank Shavani Mulji for her hard work on the case competition. She put many of hours and bring this case together. And honestly, I remember talking to her about like different technologies that started with AI and, you know, OpenAI and ChatGPT, how it has disrupted businesses. And we ended it with, during our long conversations with this topic that is semiconductors. So I also want to thank the interns, especially Faith and interns from Colombia, who were part of the EMI, bringing energy and ideas to the case. Thank you to the faculty members who helped us with recommendations and the scoring the finalists. Thank you to Lourdes and Danielle for working so hard in bringing this together. And a special thank you for Cornell Corporation for supporting this case, and not just only with donations, but with time and effort in advising the chairs. Lastly, I want to thank all the teams that participated in the case competition. This was extremely competitive year with more than 120 teams from 11 countries, almost doubling actually the numbers from the past year and previous years. So we're impressed actually with the solutions and the tight result. It was not easy to pick the winning solutions. I need to confess that I spent last night until 3 a.m. that day reviewing those cases and solutions. But I'm happy to announce the 5 teams that made it to this final round and that they're competing for the $6,000. So the first team, Indian Institute of Management Indore from India, Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies from University of Delhi, SC Johnson College of Business, the Fletcher School of Global Affairs, Tufts University, and Corvinus University of Budapest, Hungary. So we are eager to hear your solutions, but I want to provide some context for the audience in the case competition. So this year, the name of the case is Schul Semiconductors Co., which is the name that we decided for purpose of this case for the company. Hence, it's semiconductors industry. And let's start by the topic of semiconductors, which have been a relevant topic for in the US, specifically since COVID-19 disrupted the supply chain. And the topic has gained more relevance due to the increasing political tensions from different suppliers and the high demands in from different technologies in AI and automotive industry. Actually, this leading to the US to create new policies like the CHIP Act that incentives the creation of new internal and external suppliers. Now, Semiconductors Co. is located in Brazil, but why Brazil? Brazil is the only country in the region in Latin America that handles design, manufacturing, and commercialization of chips. Additionally, it represents a true state-owned company that has been significantly impacted by changes in the government of Brazil. So the previous government supported a liquidation of the company due to the company's poor production, while today's government support the continuity of the company. So basically, our question for the teams is a question that is relevant for the markets, for the government, and for the country. So we are asking pertinent questions such as, what should Semiconductors Co.'s business strategy model be to reverse the privatization and liquidation process? With all of this, I would like to ask you for a round of applause to welcome our first team, Blazing Starts.
Hi, could I please have permission to turn on the video and sharing the screen?
You are able now to share screen.
Yeah, thank you. And for the video also, please.
You are
For
now able to share Screen and video.
It is coming as you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Do you kindly check?
I think that you can check in your end. Probably it's some permit from Zoom from your end, but you can start for the purpose of time. Like maybe if you can share the screen. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, I will start sharing my screen. Kindly let me know when I should start.
You can switch maybe your the slides that you are showing now, or change the mode to present.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, shall I start?
So team blazing starts. You have right now 10 minutes. I remember you that you have 10 minutes for 12 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for Q&A from our judges.
Oh, sure, yes. Oh. May I know if I can start? Oh.
You can start now.
Sure. Hi everyone, we are Team Blazing Stars and we are going to present the strategy for Semiconductor Co. in this case. Firstly, we have analyzed this along sectoral and market dimensions based on the absolute values and growth of the sectors. And also we have looked into the international markets, market potential, as well as relationship dynamics. We have also focused on the niche types of semiconductors in which Semiconductor Co. can go in. And on the HR side, we have employed a unique model of recruitment, selection, and retention for the micro aspects, as well as macro organizational health aspects. And on the policy side, we've employed a mix of industrial, technology, and science policy based on development economics and industrial organization. And through this, we aim to present a revamped Semiconductor Co., which is a national pioneer in the semiconductor industry. So on the business strategy side, it's about doing the activities differently and also different activities and not merely operational effectiveness. So if we see, there are interesting political economy implications. We see that the dissolution of the company would just result in less than 0.7% savings. And also it is an industry of national importance as it could have cost Brazil its democracy. So we have analyzed this along 4 dimensions. Firstly, coming to financing, since there are high marginal returns in a developing country, foreign investment can be encouraged and also public bank lending can be done to fund capex projects. And in semiconductors itself, there are lesser capital intensive sectors like packaging which can be targeted. And to solve the issue of lack of government demand, private sector demand can be tapped into, as Brazil has the 4th largest smartphone market in the world, and the PC market also grew at a rate of 37% in 2021. So the product markets like memory modules, eMCPs, and so on can be targeted. And also, like the erstwhile Soviet Union, Brazil has a large research base, and therefore collaboration with R&D centers like El Dorado can be done to develop the technologies in IC design. And the private sector investment can be brought in through the government side by favorable tax policies as well as offering incentives for production. And in the highly competitive arena, a non-alignment game between US and China can be employed to reap dual-sided benefits, and also a mix of domestic demand as well as exports to the lesser developed countries in Latin America and Africa can be focused upon.
Now let us move towards the analysis of the case. When we talk about the financials, the revenue has almost doubled in 2021 versus 2020. The total assets have been declining on a year-on-year basis, which is a negative sign for a semiconductor company. However, the company has been able to achieve break-even in 2021, and also other income as a percentage of sales revenue have been declining, indicating higher operating profits. We have also done the external and internal factor evaluation. We have identified the critical success factors and allocated weights on the basis of importance. When we talk about the opportunities for Semiconductor Co., the biggest one lies in the significant investment of Brazil's GDP in technology, which is approximately 1.2%. However, the company faces threats because of political instability and high inflation prevalent in Brazil. Coming to the internal strengths of the company, again, the major one is the international recognition of Semiconductor Co. in microfabrication and wafer testing. However, the company faces a major weakness because of high turnover of engineers and chip designers. We have also analyzed the international markets, and we have also evaluated the pros and cons of the major ones. When we talk about Taiwan, Taiwan has a preferential tariff agreement in place. However, it is also the largest manufacturer of chips, with big companies posing a major competition threat. Moving to the US, now US has unfulfilled demand, and the government even wants to reduce heavy reliance on East Asian companies. However, being a part of the US CHIPS Act would restrict international collaboration with some of the major markets. Moving towards China, now China has the largest market with 31% global sales, and it also has favorable policies in place to boost technology. But collaborating with China would again restrict participation in the US CHIPS Act of 2020. Now, when we talk about Latin America's GDP is growing at a faster pace than Brazil's GDP. And again, when we move to European Union, it has the fourth most significant market for semiconductor sales with 5% in fabrication. So some of the key insights that we could develop from this analysis is to collaborate with the European Union and Latin American countries with lesser competitive markets. And we could also maintain diplomatic relations so that we could leverage them to fast-track FTA implementations and strategic partnerships. Now, after analysis, we have formulated our positioning strategy. The main strategy is to have niche targeting in areas like IC design, memory modules, and packaging. And in the long run, we would want to expand beyond them and move into advanced packaging and SIPs. We would also like to position Semiconductor Co. as an established automotive semiconductor player in the short run, and then diversify into new sectors like computing and data storage in the long run. Now, we would like to retain our focus in the automotive semiconductor sector in the short run, because as you could see in the graph, it has projected the highest CAGR of 13%, that is from $50 billion to $150 billion. And in the long run, we would like to extend our focus to computing and data storage, because although they have projected the lowest CAGR of 5%, again, as you can see in the pie chart, they have projected the highest market share, which is 32.9%. So our product mix strategy would look something like this. In the short run, we would like to focus on developing automobile semiconductors in order to meet the current shortage arising post-COVID. In the medium term, we would like to further diversify into communication and computer chips, because they collectively make up 62% of the global market share. And after 5 years, we would further like to venture into wireless communication electronics to occupy significant market share across the globe in the semiconductor market. Now, our team has also done dimension analysis, and when we talk about resilience, movement towards agile and lean models and tailored node capacities could be implemented. Now, Brazil also has one of the highest amounts of rare earth minerals, which Semiconductor Co. could utilize, because they have projected a CAGR as high as 30%. And lastly, when we talk about the ecosystem enhancement, we could establish customer partnerships for application-specific services, do IP partnerships with academic organizations, and collaborative alignment of technology.
Talking about the human resource issues, we have divided the problem into 3 segments, which is recruitment, selection, and retention, to understand the root cause of the issues. Talking about recruitment, we understand that the industry systemically needs very specific and special knowledge and talent, and which is why the need for skill, volume, and variety is high. This also makes the transferability of skills very less. Coming to selection, according to McKinsey, 60% of executives feel that semiconductor companies have a poor brand image in terms of employees. This means they lack an employer branding. This also affects the HRM performance, which becomes suboptimal when the employer branding is not good. Coming to retention, seeing that the transferability of skills is less, we can see that people are not able to see a good career trajectory, which reduces the perception and job characteristics for the employees. All of this depletes the organization culture as a whole for the company. to mitigate these issues, both systemic and industry level, we have a plan of action. We plan on capitalizing the young and immigrant population that comes to Brazil while lobbying with the government, so that we could upskill and reskill them in order to help them work with cutting edge technology from all across the globe. Once they work with such cutting edge technology, they will be much more employable, which will not only reflect in their compensation, but also in the job characteristics that they have. This will not only improve their job characteristics, but also improve our employee branding, which would overall improve the companies and the industry's HRM performance. And in the long term, with enhancers like ESG and diversity, will improve the organization culture as a whole.
Now let's go on to policy. Since developmental studies is more art than science, so we have focused on a number of case studies here. So if we look at Taiwan, interestingly, TSMC is called an under the radar Taiwanese supplier. So we have to focus on unit economics by maximizing output rather than brand recognition, and by going back to the basics of good foreign investment like proper infrastructure and planning policies. Now, if we go to Korea, interestingly, they followed the economics of Friedrich's List rather than the Chicago School. And there are strong linkages between exports and policy rents provided the government. Thus, the firms will become competitive. And also, learning and growth are not in silos, but rather there is within firm learning, which ensures skill development as well as operational optimization. If we go to China, there is a strong linkage between national developmental goals and industry. And therefore, along these lines, Brazil can also establish policies. And interestingly, for access to the huge Chinese market, China has very strong technology transfer regulations. Similarly, Brazil can also develop its intellectual and technological capabilities through such regulations. Coming to the USA, for the semiconductor industry to grow, there also has to be coordinated industries like computer companies and other sectors which have to be there. And also, as we know, the open innovation culture of the USA, as USA is a leader in R&D policies, through which a similar transition can be done in Brazil. Now, how to implement these learnings? So we have developed the industrial science and technology policy framework, and essentially it entails moving away from the current hands-off policy approach and introducing other policies to address these areas. Under industry policy, we see that the employment for the industry sector is just 20%. Therefore, coordinated industries that have demand have to be established, and also a strong export strategy by matching incentives can be done. And these exports can be done to big ticket nations in Latin America like Mexico, Argentina, and Cuba. Under science policy, a thorough workflow of national research institutes as well as a pipeline of strong STEM education can be established. And investments in R&D of legacy chips should be done, as the chip shortage is mainly in those areas. And lastly, coming to the technology policy part. Technology licensing agreements can be done with the help of government licensing to gather those capabilities, and also collaboration with foreign domain experts. For example, Korea invited Mitsubishi consultants. Therefore, this will ensure a strong knowledge base for semiconductor core. And since Brazil invests 1.2% of its GDP on technology, this investment can be augmented towards specific technological advances in the semiconductor industry. And also, the brain drain can be countered by attractive governmental job policies, which will help retain the talent. So through this, we have provided the way forward for the policy. And that concludes our presentation for semiconductor case. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Layson starts. I will pass to the questions from the judges. We have here one.
Good evening, team. Very nice job. I'm Rustam Desai, and I had a question about technology. And the question specifically is that, as you know, this company doesn't particularly have access to any bleeding edge technology of its own. And so in order to build a successful future, it's going to need heavy technology investment from someone other than itself. I saw in your last slide, you had one bullet point about aligning with somebody on technology, but tell me how they do that without aligning with either the US or China.
Sure, I can take that up. So typically what has happened is in collaborating with countries, joint ventures are done through which, let's say companies in the China or US can sort of gain management control. But instead, an alternative in business is technology licensing, which, for example, in Korea, Hyundai did during the East Asian Miracle. and it gained access to the technology and developed the companies on its own without ceding much management control. And since this is a industry of national importance in Brazil, similar technology licensing agreements instead of joint ventures can be done, so that this will also, play a balancing game between the US and China.
Thank you, Team Blazing Stars. Any other question from the judges? Yes, we have another one.
Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned one key part of your plan is talent development, but semiconductor company has also a lot of key talent already. Why top talent choose to work at Semiconductor Co. and versus larger or more established players, and how will you convince them?
Sorry, could you please repeat it once if possible, please?
How will you? What's your plan to retain the talent?
Yes, sure. So on that part, we are looking to focus on a holistic organizational culture. So since it's not only about compensation and benefits, but rather also about contributing to the country in a sense when you're working for Semiconductor Co. Since it helps in national development as well as the semiconductor industry. So that can be done at a macro level through fostering the organizational culture. So that is why we have proposed a mix of macro and micro interventions, so that at the employee level, the employees have the benefits, as well as at a macro organizational level, the place is seen as a great place to work.
Thank you, Team Blazing Stars. So I want to ask our audience for a round of applause for Team Blazing Stars. Thank you. So now we welcome our next team, Bluestone Consulting.
I think two of our members have yet to be the panelists, that is Ishan and Parth.
Please, if you can start sharing a screen for the time is a little bit tight. So please, team, if you are ready. Okay, team. So you can start now.
The screen is visible.
We can see the screen right now, so you can start
Right.
now.
Greetings to all the panelists. We are Team Bluestone Consulting, here to present our solution for the revival of Semiconductor Co. And we present to you Project Riotech Genesis. To battle the twin problems of reversing liquidation of Semiconductor Co. and reviving the Brazilian chip industry, we have come up with a 7-fold strategy, and we've divided it into 4 segments: business strategy, positioning in the market, cross-collaboration, and industrial reforms. Out of the 7 solutions, the first 4 are company-specific, whereas the latter 3 are applicable across the industry. With parameters like impact, complexity, duration, and investment required, we've also given an overall attractiveness to each solution.
Right. Before diving deeper into the solutions, we need to understand the background problems. Now, Semiconductor Co. is a state-owned integrated device manufacturing company, which is undergoing a reversal in the liquidation process. It faces high operational inefficiency, where it requires annual actions of 10 million USD from government to break even. There is a dire need to revamp its operations and shift to upcoming sectors like wireless communication, consumer electronics, and more. The key problems here are reversing privatization and liquidation process, regaining competitiveness, employee acquisition and retention, as well as government initiatives. Now, these issues have been identified and implications have been drawn out to establish an impact number as shown on your screen. Moving on. The very first strategy that Semiconductor Co. should apply is becoming fabless, that is moving away from manufacturing and making itself an R&D company. Memory and fabless semiconductor companies have the highest economic profit value, and they will drive the future as well, as visible to the left of your screen. Brazil has 22 design houses and a potential 1 lakh plus engineers who can drive this process. Semiconductor Co. should harness this and outsource processes ranging from mask fabrication to diffusion. The technical expertise required for a fabless company includes front-end and back-end processes discussed in the slide. Lastly, we need to take a look at the intellectual property planning, whose worth of semiconductor industry property planning is around 6 billion. So there's a need to adopt patenting process, NDA agreements, and copyrights due to the increased competition. Moving on. The second strategy that the company should apply is outsourcing to foundries. The graph towards your left shows that as chip sizes decrease, the manufacturing cost increases manyfold as compared to the R&D cost, which makes going fabless a great idea. Nearly 26.95% cost can be saved if we outsource to suppliers, which are ranked based on origin and country of operations. To build a resilient supply chain, we need to partner with companies that have automation setup and equipment interface as explained. The entire process is visible towards the right side of your screen. Lastly, outsourcing doesn't mean we stop efforts towards shoring foundries that can be started by MNCs or indigenous investors. For this, we have derived some governmental policies as discussed ahead.
Next, we move on to our third solution, which is sectoral diversification. In the global semiconductor market value, the major contributors will be industries like computing, data storage, and wireless communication at a quantum of 61% of the global market share, as stated in the case. As of now, Semiconductor Co. is catering to agriculture and industrial electronics. Thus, our third strategy is a sectoral shift in R&D. We have analyzed the computing, data storage, and wireless communication industry on parameters that include demand, supply, technical requirements, profitability, competition, synergies, and other requirements as it is available on your screen. As per analysis, it is a perfect fit for Semiconductor Co. to diversify. Next slide. Next, we have moved on to the pricing. Being good with our developments and getting them made by foundries will not ensure profitability. For that, we need to enter the market and price our product in the best possible ways. In the graph, we can see how import, export, and producer semiconductor manufacturing price indices have gone up, which means cost of production is also high. The major contributors to these are labor cost, R&D cost, and volatility of economic factors that drive the SP higher. Thus, we have devised a threefold strategy of cost-based pricing, value-based pricing, and competitor pricing to come up with the best possible structure for Semiconductor Co. Simultaneously, we had to battle the issue of reversing liquidation, which can be achieved by cost-saving techniques implemented above and buyback of shares by taking out debt. This would also give a tax advantage and achieve the desired goal. Next.
Right. Moving on to the industry-wide solutions now. So talent shortage is the #1 problem that needs to be addressed in the semiconductor industry of Brazil. Limited global visibility of companies compared to international counterparts, resource constraints, political instability, and low employee satisfaction are key reasons for this. So we've come up with Hire Harbor, which is a threefold strategy involving automation, reskilling instead of reskilling, and attracting and retaining talent. Now, we are doing this by giving employees more higher value tasks, and implementing these will result in higher brand awareness and better ROI. Coming to the last strategy of government initiatives, next slide please. Coming to the last strategy of government initiatives, we have prepared a two-pronged approach of incentivizing domestic production with international collaboration to optimize a $5.8 billion outlay. This number has been derived after considering GDP allocations of Brazil. Low R&D investment, lack of economies of scale, lack of skilled workers, and global competitive rivalry are key pain points that we are tackling by Project Riotech Genesis. Now, involving some domestic initiatives and policies that the Brazilian government should follow involves production incentives with fiscal incentives of 50% of project cost and a tax break of 25%. Designing incentives over 5 years with upskilling of employees by introducing specialized university courses will for sure go a long way. Now, moving on to the international policies. leveraging international partnerships with the European Union for importing advanced electronic ultraviolet machines, learning technical know-how and OSAT setup with Taiwan, importing critical materials and minerals from China at lower cost, and partnering with USA for fabless manufacturing will definitely help Brazil compete at an international level.
Right. So coming to our last strategy, which is transformation into an OSAT hub. To add to this, our last strategy, a comprehensive growth of Brazil's semiconductor industry, transforming into an outstation semiconductor assembly and testing hub is our best bet. Now, why OSAT? This industry has a CAGR of 9.15%, more than fabless or foundry business, but relatively low profit margins. The key to cracking this issue is to bulk our assembly and gain the advantage of economies of scale. The process and key technical considerations are listed on the slide. An added advantage is easy trade access and a favorable geographical setting of Brazil. All that it needs is government encouragement to boom in the sector of semiconductor manufacturing. With an NPV of 13,800 USD, next slide please. With an NPV of 13,800 USD and IRR of 16%, our strategy can deliver the best returns for Brazil and Semiconductor Co. Further details regarding the same have been discussed in the appendix. Coming to the risk and possible mitigations that we can implement. The risk of high initial investment required to shift from fabless and OSAT segment can be mitigated by release of cash flows and disinvestment from foundries. Demand-supply imbalances can also be resolved through strategic partnership. The timeline for each project has been given and goes on till 2029. With this, we come to end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Bluestone Consulting. Now we will pass to questions from the judges. If there is one question, no questions. Oh, one question here.
Great presentation, well done. So my main question is one of world peace, perhaps, which is how do you get to collaborate with China, Taiwan, the US, and the European Union? Nobody else seems to be able to figure it out.
If we can just move on to the slide of international partnerships. Yes. So we have derived a... Yes, Shreya, please.
Okay. So, as given in the case, we analyze some trade agreements that we're already having, especially with the European Union, and with also with the USA, with the CHIPS Act that's oncoming. The US is more focused towards outsourcing chips production as well, and we can also partner with them for advanced IC design. China and Taiwan seem to be the main sort of consideration here, and China for us is very critical because of the low cost of materials. Taiwan, as a leader in the market, again is critical for us. Some geopolitical tensions definitely will arise, but considering different nations, it is very possible that Brazil can adequately have trade agreements with all four of these partnerships that we propose. Ishan will be able to expand on this further.
Right. To add to that, when it comes to our partnership with China, in fact, in the last week of September, China and Brazil have promoted cooperation in a particular sector. Added to this is the advantage that Brazil and China exist in the BRICS network, which is among the most active, partnerships throughout the world right now. So this can be leveraged to, partner with China as the raw material supplier. Apart from that, Taiwan is among the, main semiconductor chip production country across, the world. So that gives it a boost to expand its production and enter into a partnership with Brazil. Right.
Also, if we are not able to implement free trade agreements with all of these nations, we can always have preferential trade agreements and trade agreements related to particular commodities. Like Brazil is the second largest trade partner with European Union. So we can always have a bilateral mutual agreements, if not particular free trade agreements.
Thank you, Team Bluestone Consulting. Let's see if we have other questions from our judges. I think that we are good here. So thank you so much, Team Bluestone Consulting.
Thank you.
Now we will pass to our third team, BRICS, who are in person. So I will invite you to pass to the stage.
यार मैंने मैसअप कर दिया, सॉरी यार, मैंने मैसअप कर दिया.
So on behalf of our team, Team BRICS, we'd like to thank the EMI committee for bringing us here to present our solution. In order to reverse the government liquidation process, Semiconductor Co. must raise near-term capital, restructure its business strategy, and target lower cost areas of competitive strength, all while cultivating partnerships and domestic organizations to support future and viability and growth. We decided that the quickest and most efficient accessible way to capital would be through a de-SPAC. What is a SPAC? A SPAC, or a special purpose acquisition company, is a unique type of company created to raise money through an IPO with the sole purpose of acquiring or merging with another private company. It essentially acts as a financial shell company with a pile of cash, experienced investors behind it, looking to target a private company to take public without the traditional IPO process. This model will give us untampered access to capital with below market interest rates. You might ask, why do we not choose a debt public offering? Although Brazil's central bank interest rate right now is at 12.75%, with continued inflation rates at 4.61%, we realized that accessing capital through a SPAC would be much cheaper. The timing is also perfect. The height of the SPAC markets was in 2021, which typically has a 2-year shelf life, more or less up to extended to 3 years. We identified LATAM, a growth SPAC, as our partnering firm, which will give us access to $130 million in cash. This SPAC was formatted in January 2022, giving it less than 3 months to identify a target. We may or may not have emailed them our pitch deck. The process would be a new co. The new co would be formed of 3 companies within Brazil: HT Micron Semiconductors, Renovigi Energia, and Semiconductor Co., creating a $205 million revenue company. Take note, only the RFID companies of each company will be transferred into this new co, while the legacy companies will continue in their current markets. In consideration for the merger with the new co, all operating companies will receive both OP and SP units, which will be a cash injection of $130 million. The OP units will serve as the annual priority return, and once public, will have economic shares of common units. The SP units, however, will be tied to operators' entity cash flow and will have no secondary market value. The 3 sub-entities would be connected via operating agreements. The OP and SP unit system allows the 3 entities to act together, but also as solos, while gaining public benefit. The OP units will be equal to common shares, while the SP units will be based on your performance. Our 5-year business plan will be based as follows. Day 1, de-SPAC. We would spin off and simply focus on the RFID companies. End of year 1, we would double down on the focus for local M&A opportunities in Brazil, South America, and Latin America to replace our M&A strategy. Year 5, we'd reassess our current RFID process, let alone the legacy companies, to understand where we truly provide a product market fit.
Now let's look at our existing portfolio of Semiconductor Co. product and services. The services falls under the fabless segment of the industry, while the product, which is RFID, caters to 4 different industry segments like agriculture, logistics, automotives, and security. What is the synergy between RFID and semiconductor? It lies in RFID tags, which consist of microchips, which is AKA semiconductor, and the antennas. Henceforth, semiconductors are a very crucial factor for RFID industry. Now, how do we position ourselves when we form our new company? Our differentiating factor would be we produce our own RFID tags unlike our competitors, and we bring continuous innovation using microfabrication expertise that we already have. Our accuracy, efficiency, and reliability stays our brand's promise. Our global market reach and strategic partnership will make us a dominant player in Brazilian industry for RFIDs. Now let's look at the agriculture sector. While we focus on all 4 segments, agriculture in Brazil is growing at the rate of 3.8% year-on-year, and which is formed to become 147 billion industry by 2028. And six top products of Brazil's that are exported falls under agriculture segment, which forms close to 65 billion of the industry, $65 billion of industry, which makes it more sense for us to keep focusing on these 4 sectors, especially in agriculture segment. If we look at our 5-year plan of how our product and services needs to grow and how we remain differentiated and positioned in the industry, our first plan, or the first day 0, looks like Semiconductor Co. will become the funnel to our new company, where we produce RFID tags, and we focus on where we already have strengths: wafer testing and microfabrication. Second year would follow with us outsourcing these services to other companies in Brazil and become a dominant player. The third year will focus on us adding add-on services to our portfolio, like data analytics on top of RFID data that we are already gathering, which makes it more actionable, gives more actionable insights to our clients in the market. The fourth year will focus on industry diversification, where we not only go after those 4 industry segments, but also other segments, and also provide OSAT services where we already have expertise on. So step by step, we focus on each segments where we already have strengths. And the 5th year, we would rather pause and reassess and repurpose our investments.
Recruitment is the industry-wide problem, and hence the people strategy should incorporate Brazil-specific culture to create not only committed, but also compliant organization. The company should champion leadership enriched culture to show its commitment and to define its purpose to incorporate employee value proposition to focus on nurturing the talent. Yeah. The tactics you see here are immediate, and they focus on a human-centric model, ensuring development and psychological safety. Help employees understand the big plan, big picture, help them understand how do they contribute to the betterment of the company and the industry. Stabilize internal environment, provide them scenario-specific contingency plan. For example, let's say if there is a new technology, how do we adopt it? How do we upskill? How do we reskill? So give them a certain element of certainty. Help them brand yourself on social media, position CTOs and CEOs as thought leaders, as corporate heroes, and create an online tech community. Provide a holistic package which does not just focus on compensation and well-being, but also on fast-track growth. To create a sustainable pool of talent, form relationships with Brazilian university to engage young students very early on when they are deciding their career opportunities and get them excited about semiconductor industry. 65% of Fortune 500 companies have their offices in Brazil. Leverage this opportunity, form strategic alliances, create workshops, do knowledge symposiums where employees can exchange the ideas and get excited about the future of tech. This improves employee morale. Provide them upskilling, reskilling opportunities by giving them new jobs within the company, in the new department. Let them work with the seniors in the company so they can do the knowledge exchange sessions. Also form external relationships with the companies in countries like India and China, where the quality of work is high at a lower cost. And this will help you to create a pool of people for routine activities or for special projects, at the same time giving more time to the employees of the company to focus on special projects. At the same time, keep adapting to legal and regulatory landscape and maintain relationships with trade unions and trade associations to have a good, positive relationship and labor policies.
So there are several reasonable steps the Brazilian government can take to help support the semiconductor industry and facilitate TBSC's turnaround. In the latest budget bill proposed to Congress, Finance Minister Haddad pledged to eliminate the country's fiscal deficit by 2024. This means additional direct tax subsidies are likely off the table in the near term, and certainly not to the competitive scale of the US or China. However, the Brazilian government has been open to maintaining existing subsidy programs, most notably the March 2023 extension of PATIS. The government needs to ensure that pending tax reform legislation, which is due for a vote in the upper house as soon as this month, continues to maintain these existing programs, including PATIS and other ICT-related programs. Additionally, there's other means to attract foreign investment beyond direct tax subsidies. Lula's agreement in April for a working group with China was a promising first step, and China remains key to invest in Brazil, both to expand their bilateral economic relationship, as well as for China to expand its own and diversify, its own supply chain in the semiconductor industry. In addition to foreign investment and tax policy, the government needs to formalize its national semiconductor policy. Minister Santos has said as much in previous remarks, and such a policy should focus on the lower cost and scalable areas of RFID design with a nod to testing and packaging, as well as plans to develop and maintain domestic industry talent. Speaking of talent, Brazil should follow the lead of other nations who have developed programs domestically to achieve the same goals. Notably, Taiwan has partnered with a dozen semiconductor companies and 4 leading universities to invest $300 million over 10 years to develop educational programs specific to the semiconductor industry. Finally, to ensure these initiatives are maintained, the government must maintain the stability necessary to provide that continuity. Lula's September agreement with 2 opposition parties exchanging cabinet seats for congressional support was again a key first step, and the government needs to be open to this type of collaboration in the future. To conclude, an equity capital raise via SPAC is a practical near-term path to reducing reliance on government funding and reverse the liquidation process. Further refocusing TBSC strategy on lower cost areas of legacy strength, such as RFID design, testing, and packaging, is a practical path to regaining competitiveness and maintaining future flexibility. And finally, the development of public-private partnerships, both domestically and internationally, will enhance the long-term growth prospects of TBSC, as well as the Brazilian semiconductor industry as an integral part of the global supply chain. We appreciate your time and consideration this morning, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you, Tim Briggs. Let's pass to questions from our judges. Here, one.
I wanted to know how important for your plan is to build this solid legislative majority, and what would you do if you can't do that?
It's certainly helpful. We won't pretend it's not. But if we are not, that's the goal of the external capital raise. If the Brazilian government is putting $10 million into, or equivalent, into the company a year this year, the $130 million gives us an effective runway of 13 years without additional government support. The strategy for that, because you can't predict the weather, we don't know what the future will be, but having that individual flexibility, despite the fact of maintaining government ownership, will allow TBSC the flexibility whether the government is in favor or not.
Thank you so much, Tim. Any other question from our judges? Okay, I thought we are good here. So thank you so much, Tim. Some round of applause. So we will receive our 4th team, Fletcher Frontiers. So please come to the stage. Did you have the presentation? Okay, this is great. See the presentation.
Yes.
The email. Okay, please. We apologize with the audience. We will give the team 2 minutes to send the presentation pretty fast, and we continue.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we sort out the technical difficulties. I'm Anthony, and today I'm joined by my teammates, Charlotte, Desmond, Tom, and Molly, and we're the Fletcher Frontiers. And let's begin. Next slide, please. Oh, this one. So we have been tasked by Semiconductor Co. to help formulate a turnaround strategy to help the company grow its core competitiveness and to establish a long-term market presence in the long run. And the strategy that we present here today is aimed at helping the company grow its profitability, liquidity, and long-term growth potential, which is going to be a convincing case to the Brazilian government to reverse the liquidation and privatization process of the company. We would like to emphasize that our analysis and recommendations that we make here today are aimed at the ultimate objective of helping the company grow in the long run and become a major player in the semiconductor industry, not only in Brazil, but also in Latin America and globally. With that in mind, we're making two key recommendations for the company. So the first one is quick win, which is aimed at helping the company quickly revive its sales and liquidity in the short term. We would recommend that the company to establish a strategic partnership with the Brazilian government and to also prioritize productions of legacy chips for use in the agricultural sector, and to also focus on its competitive advantages, which is microfab and wafer testing. The second recommendation is sustainable growth, which is aimed at helping the company grow in the long run. We would recommend that the company establish a joint venture with a leading industry partner to leverage their technological know-how and financial capabilities. We would also recommend the company to invest and implement talent and workforce development initiatives and sourcing programs. So a situation overview. The market has been faced with substantial shortages in legacy chips, despite growing demand for semiconductor products worldwide, also across all sectors. And semiconductor can anticipate fierce competition from East Asian manufacturers in wafer fab. However, we have identified 4 opportunities here for the company to leverage. The first one being a consistent growth in the market size. As you all can see here, there's been a healthy growth across globally of 3% year on year in 2021. And the picture is even better for Latin America of 16.2% growth year on year. The second opportunity is the significant shortages of legacy chips, partly because all the global large foundry players have disproportionately invested in R&D for cutting edge chips. And we identify this as a critical market entry point for Semiconductor Co. The third opportunity being there's been an increased need for companies to diversify their legacy wafer fab capacity away from East Asia due to COVID-19 and relevant geopolitical considerations. And the fourth opportunity is that international trade and export opportunities have drastically improved for Brazil in the past few years, as evidenced by increasingly lowered and abolished tariffs for semiconductor products, and also enhanced capacity building cooperation and technological collaboration opportunities and frameworks. So let's turn to a semiconductor company. So over the past few years, the company has struggled in terms of its business operations due to 2 key factors. The first one being exposure to a high level of political risk, mainly because the company is a state-owned enterprise. And the second factor being the company has been very inefficient in its operations. Despite annual injections of $10 million to $200 million, the company is still incurring losses, primarily because of the company being prohibitively small, annual revenues of only $5 million. But the outlook has improved for the company because the Brazilian government has signaled enhanced political backing and support, not only to Semiconductor Co., but also the Brazilian semiconductor industry. And the company itself has a well-established production capacity and reputation.
Thank you, Anthony. And let's get started with our first recommendation, which is about the quick win. Due to the operational inefficiency of the company, combined with the fact that they are reporting losses over an extended period of time, we need to increase our profitability as soon as possible to achieve our break even. To do so, in our short-term initiative, Semiconductor & Co. should focus on the agricultural sector and its 2 core services, which are microfabrication and wafer testing. Why they should sustain the remaining 6 services to cut down costs. Additionally, Semiconductor & Co. should establish a strategic partnership with the Brazilian governments for guaranteed cash flows, stable financing, as well as to enjoy the opportunities of enhanced protectionism for domestic semiconductor players.
Thank you, Charlotte. Moving on to our second recommendation, sustainable growth. Here, we have categorized our 4 initiatives into immediate and continuous efforts. For immediate actions, Semiconductor Co. should establish its JV partnerships right away for technological expertise, as well as improved operational efficiency across all 8 services, as well as expand into its other potential segments, including logistics and security. For continuous efforts, For long-term sustainable growth, Semiconductor Co. should also explore alternative funding options as well as implement talent and workforce development programs such as co-op programs, summer internships, as well as case competitions. But for strategic focus, we will be emphasizing on our immediate actions 1 and 2. With immediate actions set in place, let's now assess the level of political risk of each JV partnerships. Here, we have listed out the potential country-region partnerships, including Brazil, Taiwan, China, and the United States. And we see that Brazil, Taiwan, and China poses a lower level of political risk due to its recent changes in its policies. As such, the key implication here is that Semiconductor Co. should assess the companies within these potential country regions for JV partnerships moving forward. As such, we have also identified the list of potential JV partnerships by 5 key criteria, including products offered, core competency, market presence, clients, and recent policy changes. And we see that TSMC has the greatest opportunity for our JV partnership due to 2 major reasons. Firstly, it's its advanced process technology, as well as secondly, the Brazilian government's intention to cooperate with Taiwanese chip enterprise. As such, the key takeaway here is that Semiconductor Co. will be able to grow sustainably by partnering with TSMC due to being able to leverage on its advanced process technology, market enterprise, and scale.
Thank you, Molly. After our recommendations implemented, we will focus on legacy chips, and we are expecting to see an increase in sales from legacy chips. So we expect to see a revenue growth from 6.7 million to 8.1 million by 2033. Also, CAGR from 3% to 4.5%. We work out a timetable for our implementations. So basically, Molly have talked about we will start a strategic partnership with the Brazilian government right away, and also the JV partnerships. By 2024, we will also negotiate external funding and also develop co-op program with local prestigious universities to start with the human resources development.
Thank you, Desmond. As the company is facing internal and external challenges, we have made a risk and mitigation plan based on likelihood of risks and probability of occurrence. We proposed a 2-tiered strategy for successful turnaround of Semiconductor Co. We have broken this up into quick wins and sustainable growth. Within our quick wins and turnaround and break-even strategy, we have a targeted investment in microfabrication and wafer testing. We also have the proposal of a stable supply capacity agreement contract with the Brazilian government for chips to support a stable cash flow. On the sustainable growth side, though, for more long-term, our JV with TSMC will enable a much more long-term strategy. We will also push a fundamental industry shift towards investing in Brazil-based engineering workforce and university-focused education, building out at the University of Sao Paulo. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, team. We will pass to a round of questions. So let's see if our judges have one question here. Oh, yes.
I have to commend you guys for how focused your strategy was. Really well done. My main question is one of the TSMC relationship. So it's very clear as to what Semiconductor Co. might get out of a relationship with TSMC. But what exactly would TSMC have to gain from that kind of alliance?
Thank you for your questions. Basically, we're thinking TSMC actually produce around 30% of new computation power by the semiconductors every year. So we are offloading their capacities from legacy chips to produce more cutting-edge chips. And we fill the gap and feel the demand for legacy chips. That's why we think we can offer something to TSMC. At the same time, TSMC would get something back.
Yes. In addition to my colleague, we also see opportunities in chip in the Latin American countries. So that's another market potential for TSMC to capture this market as well.
Thank you, team. Let's see if there is another question from the judges. No? Okay, so we are good here. So thank you so much, team. A round of applause for the team. So with that, we will invite our last team from simulation, and we invite it to the stage.
Microphone test. Lutza, Tommy, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's working. Yeah.
We apologize for the technical difficulties, and the team will start in a couple of seconds. So you can start.
I think the presenter is not working. Just a second. Thank you. So what I have in my hand here is a semiconductor produced by National Semiconductor Company, which is a subsidiary of Texas Instruments, which is a large original equipment manufacturer in the US. Now, when it comes to the semiconductor industry, it's all about realizing economies of scale. Now, currently, over 80% of semiconductors are produced in Asia. What's even more staggering is that 92% of advanced chips are produced in Taiwan alone. So, in this fierce competition, Now that Taiwan is the exclusive producer of semiconductors, of advanced semiconductors, naturally, geopolitical blocs try to become independent and supply themselves with both advanced and traditional chips. Currently, the US is planning to invest more than $50 billion in its semiconductor industry. Meanwhile, China is planning to invest over $160 billion in its semiconductor industry. And meanwhile, globalization is becoming guarded. That means that national governments are now more interested than ever to create several strategic industries in order to realize their very own strategic geopolitical interests. So where does Brazil stand in this fierce competition? Should it lean to the West, or should it lean to the Eastern Bloc, or should it try to stand out on its own? Well, our strategy does not only answer that question. We're not only giving a growth strategy for semiconductor growth, but we did it so by combining and directly applying two academic models that are based on 2 decades of research. We're STEAM Simulation, and we, Luca, Tomasz, Adil, and myself, Gergely, proudly present our solution for Semiconductor Co. Let us walk you through our key findings.
So, in the following minutes, we will present how semiconductor company can become a strategic leader in the international market, providing first legacy, and then later on moving on to advanced chips, exactly to the automotive sector. This strategy is going to be achieved by the linkage, leverage, and learning. So by strengthening linkages to the government and the clients, leveraging on the technological knowledge of the joint venture partner, and learning through an established knowledge center. This strategy is not only going to result in 24 million EBITs in 10 years for the company, but also will lead to the revival of the Brazilian semiconductor industry as a whole, and to strengthen trade relationships with the Western allies like the European Union and the US. But before heading on to our strategy in detail, we should take a glance on the macroeconomic factors. In Brazil, political instability and the high unemployment rates are hindering the economic growth and also the company. The semiconductor industry has a negative trade balance, with imports mostly coming from China and Taiwan. However, there is currently a global chip shortage, which presents an opportunity, and it is a great timing for the company to restart operations. In the long term, this is also a chance for the country to become more independent from China's supply. This goal is also supported by trade agreements with the US and the European Union. But what are exactly the steps the company needs to take to make advantage of this market situation?
So, the semiconductor industry is one of the key strategic segments of today's business. The largest sectors of it include computing and data storage, wireless communication, automotive, and industrial and logistics. We can see that semiconductor company operates in multiple of these segments, which of course means greater market share, but at the same time causes the company to fragment its focus and operations, especially due to its relatively small size. Therefore, we have analyzed these segments based on existing products, projected market growth and market size, and we have identified that the automotive segment would be an ideal path for the company to move forward. This is a rapidly growing industry. It has 13% of CAGR and can reach up to $150 billion by 2030. The relevance of the sector becomes apparent if you think about how many chips do modern cars contain. This number is roughly 1,500, but can reach up to even 3,000 and is growing. Also, think about autonomous driving and electrification. These are key trends that many companies would like to invest in it. Needless to say, these hold huge potential for the future. And besides that, we also think that this focus-oriented approach should be applied to the service portfolio of the company as well. But now let's move forward to the next slide and let's look closer at the company level. So Semiconductor Co. is facing fierce competition from all around the industry. Previously, its competency came from having high-quality expertise and also international standard equipment. But unfortunately, after the liquidation process, several key employees have left the company, resulting in great talent and knowledge shortage. Also, the excessive G&A costs and the effectiveness problems are issues to be tackled. But luckily, we have identified several opportunities for the company to leverage on. These exist in different levels. On the company level, this includes using currently existing high-quality technology to specialize for a certain industry. And also, the company should harness the support of the Brazilian state, which is the owner of the company. On the regional level, we can see that the Brazilian economy has huge potentials. It invests a lot in technology. It has great trade relationships, and it's the largest one in South America. And finally, on the global level, we have two key important trends. One is the global legacy chip shortage that Lucia has mentioned already. And also, the US is striving towards decoupling from the East Asian sources. We see both of these trends as key chances that the company can't miss out on. So now, I'm giving the word forward, and let us walk you through how to do that exactly.
After analyzing several strategic directions, we came up with the 3 steps comprehensive strategy. We can see by the name cut and harvest, inhale, and provide. So let's start with the first one. In the first step, we suggest a significant cost cutting. And with that, the company could comprehensive and retain its current business portfolio. And it's also advised that the company would continue serving the automotive industry by utilizing the political power of the Brazilian government. In the second step of our strategy, we suggest to form a joint venture with a partner from the Western Bloc so that the company can offer its current capabilities, production capabilities in return of knowledge. And in the final step, in the third step, we suggest that after developing and utilizing the knowledge learned from the partner, the company can become a strategic leader based on the international firm portfolio. So let's jump into the first pillar of our strategy, which is called cut and harvest. So how to restart the production of the company? We suggest that the company should outstand from the legacy manufacturer chip companies. And how we do that? So basically, we suggest a significant cost cutting, and also in order to gain a long-term competitive advantage, the company should strengthen its capabilities. And for that, we suggest utilizing the linkage learning and leverage model. It's really important to mention that right now, the company lacks of competitive advantage. And with our strategy, we want to gain competitive advantage. So as we mentioned before, the company would continue to serve the automotive industry. So with that, we should find a customer, for example, Volkswagen. And also for that, we would need governmental support. And how we do that? So the government could provide financial interventions. And just to quickly summarize our action steps, first, the company should set its KPIs and goals. After that, they should hire new employees, blue-collar workers for production. And finally, they should find customers with the help of the state connections. So in the second step of our strategy, which is called Inhale, basically, what is important for us is to gain knowledge. How we do that? We should find a partner that supplies chips to automotive clients. And based on our research and due to a high R&D, we found a US-based companies, as you can see here, Micron Technology or Analog Devices. The idea behind it that they form a joint venture, they create a talent center to exchange knowledge. And of course, we understand that it would have a high impact on the organization or the organizational structure. So with that, we suggest that they should use an agile method for the R&D team. And to quickly summarize the action steps. So first, the company should find a US-based joint venture partner. Secondly, they should create a new organizational structure and implement the changes. And finally, they should attract new talent, for example, from Career Expos. And let us introduce the third step of our strategy.
So entering into a joint venture, we've already seen that. But what would take it to the next level? Should it just enter the joint venture and stay in there? The answer is no. It should utilize the opportunities for further growth. And for that, we utilize Bartlett and Gosha's international firm portfolio model, meaning that clearly at the beginning of the joint venture, Semiconductor Co. will become just an implementer, meaning that it can only offer its capabilities, its production capabilities, well, in return for knowledge. But by the end of a decade, we actually propose to keep increasing the knowledge and try to become the strategic leader within the joint venture. That is the way to push the industry forward. Knowledge pushes this industry forward. And the key action steps required to that would be to continuously learn from the joint venture and to develop the R&D center. And then the automotive industry clients can be supplied and served with legacies or with advanced chips as well. Of course, first in smaller quantities, but then Semiconductor Co. could supply not only its current automotive clients, but its competitors as well. And we would like to just quickly summarize that we have created a 10-year forecast. It's a rather cautious financial forecast, and we actually realized from a $50 million investment, we can realize a $42 million from semiconductor industry, but that was not us. So I'm quickly going through the risks and the project timeline. As you can see, we have quickly and cautiously aligned the 10-year strategy and its 3 phases within the tasks. And also we have out of the risks, I would like to highlight that actually siding with the West and the US can be dangerous for its current Eastern allies, for the Brazilian government. And for that, we recommend to keep the doors open for as long as possible. Just once your food is in the door, just try to hold it inside. And then the US and both China can be served as well, the clients. And with that, we recommend and a proposal can lead to Brazil Semiconductor Co. become like a strategic leader and the regional future technological enabler in the global semiconductor industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, team. So we'll pass to questions from the judges. We have a couple here.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you will get the blue collar workers and what are the HR challenges, please?
Well, for the blue collar workers, we understand that there is a shortage right now in the market, but however, there is a potential for us, especially because there's a really high, a lot of people are working the industries, in the automotive industries. And for that, we would hire blue collar workers from there, attract a lot of people who lost their job recently, and they can help us. Also, we mentioned in our next strategy, attracting talent from universities as well. But of course, it's a little bit different with the blue collar workers. With the same strategies and expose or buy advices, we can attract them from the market.
Yes, and just to add on that, you can utilize the government. And for the automotive industry, BMW, Ford, GM, they are present in Brasilia. And the government has the right connections and the right incentives and the tools to reach out to blue collar workers and to gather them to the company.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I mean, your chip strategy relies heavily on joint venture. What's your plan to mitigate the risk of the joint venture, and how are you planning to get the most of it?
Yes, so the strategy, the first pillar is actually, well, it's not a strategy, but reaching operational effectiveness is key to be able to enter the joint venture, make the company financially attractive, and then it can enter the joint venture. Unless it's done, we cannot even talk about the joint venture itself. So massive, significant cost cuttings and direct implementations needs to be done. So in order to mitigate the risk that you have been telling about, then it's going to be a slower but industry average growth rate than the capacity. Like capacity additions can be one way to increase the production, which could be a way to go forward. But we recommend some kind of inhaling some kind of knowledge from outside, because without the knowledge, currently Semiconductor Co. is starting from behind the start line. Somehow it has to get to a higher level of competitiveness. And the strategy for that, as Matthew proposes, is the leapfrogging. The leapfrogging means that in East Asia, some of the companies in the 1980s, actually could get forward from their or get forward to their compared to their Western allies is that they inhaled knowledge and continuously develop their capabilities given or done by vertical integration and by continuous learning. So that is the key element of our strategy. And we recommend implementing that.
Why did you choose a US-based company to join venture in the second phase?
Yes, so not just the capabilities or the capacities can be utilized by US that Brazil Semiconductor Co. can offer, but also the market. So often, I think it's forgotten that sometimes the emerging markets matter more than what the company can, like the production allocation, give. So for the US, the Brazilian market can mean like huge opportunities, not just the extensive capabilities. And also it's geographically fairly close and concentrated. So given these factors, we've chosen the US.
Okay, team, thank you so much for your answers. A round of applause for your team. So thank you so much. As you can see, we have very impressive teams here in the final. So later during the conference, we will bring the winners. But for now, I will welcome Matush to the stage to introduce the pitch competition, or second big part of the conference.
Thank you, Julian. All right, let's move on to the pitch competition. So just a quick introduction, just like Julian. My name is Matush, not like Julian, but second year MBA student at Cornell Johnson. And this year I have had the pleasure of serving as the chair for the pitch competition, Cornell EMI Mobius pitch competition. Just to give you a brief background, this year we had 34 teams from 16 different business schools that represented 11 different countries. Now, we selected 5 finalists that I'm gonna introduce to you, and we're gonna move on with the format of the pitch competition. So we have 5 finalists. The first one is the Easy Carbon from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Next one is Esger from Cornell Tech. Third one is One Health Plus from Cornell University. Then we have Prami from Universidad de los Andes from Colombia. And then we have Satellites on Fire from Universidad de San Andres from Argentina. This will be the order in which they're going to present. And the format of the pitch final is they will have 5 minutes to present their pitch and another 5 minutes to answer questions from the judges. So without further ado, I would want to invite Easy Carbon to present their pitch.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Caroline. I'm also the founder of Easy Carbon, and our product is a system for quantitative management of carbon emissions in construction industry. And before we start, I want to give you a brief introduction about the carbon market in China. Like in mainland China, there's a policy requirement that the enterprises need to achieve the carbon neutrality between 2060. And in Hong Kong, there's a requirement for enterprises that they need to achieve the carbon neutrality before 2050. And last year, there's a carbon trading market called Core Climate was launched in Hong Kong. And 90% of carbon emission comes from buildings. So because of that, because of all of those new policies and new carbon trading market, there's some problems faced by both enterprises and the government. For the government, they lack a platform to regulate the they lack a platform to regulate the corporate carbon emissions. And for the enterprises, calculating carbon emissions is very complex and costly. And enterprises also lack a channel to get into the carbon trading market. So we designed a product that can calculate the carbon emissions automatically and also can help the corporate to engage in the carbon trading market. Our product has the functions of that, like project management, carbon emission analysis, and carbon emission calculations. And for the market size, recently, like in China, China's carbon market is expected to achieve the large-scale development in 2023, and with the total scale of 140 billion US dollars, and with an increase of 70%. And the market share of domestic market is around 40%. The international market share is around 60%. So the increase in international market share shows that the participation of Chinese companies is increasing. And we provide our service basically to the government and to the enterprises in construction industry and to the consulting companies. And we provide SaaS service for them. And our revenue is basically from the initial software development fee and subscription fee and the customized carbon emission reduction schemes. We also analyze some other companies like in the industry in China, and we're the only company that can do like digital management of carbon footprint and the optimization schemes, as well as the carbon asset management. And nowadays in China, there's not yet seen a leading enterprises in the field of carbon trading market. This is our team. I'm the founder of Easy Carbon, and Lawrence is the CTO of our company, and he's also a entrepreneur. He has a startup like doing the software development, and Han Yu is our COO, and Zele is basically responsible for UI UX design. And our business advisor is Alex, and he's also the founder of Xinchuang One Venture Capital. And our technical advisor is Chen Jinfan, and he's the Doctor of Engineering in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. And we are also supported by Hong Kong Science Park and PolyU InnoHub, Hong Kong Center for Construction Robotics, and China State Construction. And if we got the fundings, we will use it to got the certification and the certification for carbon calculations, and also for the system development and market promotion. And thank you for your listening. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Caroline. Any questions from the judges? Yes, Ishan. Do you need a mic? No? Okay.
Excuse me, I beg your pardon.
Sure. So, sorry, I'll speak into the mic this time. So I'm familiar with Watershed, which is probably one of the competing companies in the space that, has pretty large B2B relationships with, a lot of sort of manufacturing companies in both APAC as well as the US. What do you think the white space is here? And how does Easy Carbon solution sort of differ from Watershed's?
Okay, actually, we're basically focused on calculating the carbon emissions in construction industry for the buildings, and we actually separate the. Oh, excuse me. Oh, this is the end. Oh, we actually can calculate the several stage of a building from the construction period to its end, and we also can provide and we can also transfer the carbon emissions to the carbon assets and help them to engage in the carbon trading market. And yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious, can you tell me a little bit about, I guess, how you're selling to these corporates? What's your kind of sales strategy, both to sell at an enterprise level and also to sell to the government?
Okay, as we know for now, like for the enterprises, they actually hire a consulting company to help them to calculate the carbon emission, but they just but it costs around 100,000 HK dollars per building to do this. But if they use our system, they can do it by themselves, and maybe the subscription fee per year is around 100,000 HK dollars, and they can use it for a lot of buildings, but not for only one building. And for the government, as I know now, there hasn't have a platform to link the enterprises and the government together, and there's a lot of disadvantages for the government to just collect the data by themselves. So if they use our system, it will be more efficient. Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline. We'll move on.
Okay.
Hi.
So next, we'll invite Esker from Cornell Tech. Please step up. There you are.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Advait, the co-founder and CEO of Esker, and we are unlocking transparency in the supply chains for a sustainable future. But first, let me tell you the story of this $400 million solar park in Wisconsin. It was supposed to be completed early this year, but as you can see, not a single solar panel has been installed so far. In fact, this project has been at a complete standstill since the beginning of this year because the solar panels for this project have been seized at the border by customs. Why? The manufacturer could not prove that the solar panel supply chain was free of forced labor. For the manufacturer, this led to a series of painful consequences. Millions of dollars in cash flow issues. The project plan completely derailed. And worst of all their future contracts are now at risk. So what went wrong? You see, the manufacturer did not have a paper trail for the solar panel's journey from raw material all the way to the finished product. They did not have supply chain transparency. What makes it more complex? These supply chains are all in emerging markets: Mexico, China, India. And it's not just solar panel supply chain. Apparel, electronics, automotives, all of them have this challenge. In fact, regulations are being passed all over the world that are forcing manufacturers to deeply look at the impact of their supply chain. And oftentimes, the bulk of these supply chains are in emerging markets. It's no wonder this is now a $34 billion market that's growing at 15% per year. We are tackling this challenge with our AI-powered supply chain transparency platform. You see, supply chains, they're incredibly complex. IBM, for instance, has 30,000 suppliers in their supply chain, and they have to ensure all of those suppliers, irrespective of where they are compliant with their code of conduct. The danger can lie anywhere, and that's why someone at IBM has to reach out to all of these suppliers, educate them, get their data, and engage with them. Because you see, supply chain transparency is essentially about engaging with your suppliers. And nobody has been able to automate this at scale until now. With Esger, companies can vet and assess tens of thousands of suppliers with no human intervention. So they do not have to drown in hundreds of pages of documents that lead into months of email communication. Let me show you how it works. First, our platform ingests all the supplier information that a company already has. And since our AI engine is trained on up-to-date ESG regulations and ESG knowledge, it immediately identifies the data gaps that exist. After that, we are off to the races. It sends out tailored, customized emails in all languages, educating the suppliers, collecting the data in all sorts of formats, verifying it, and ensuring that all the data gaps are filled. So whether you have 30 suppliers or 30,000 suppliers, Esger ensures complete supply chain transparency. And all of this is only possible due to the advanced reasoning capabilities of large language models, which is a technology me and my co-founders understand deeply. We met at Cornell, building at the intersection of sustainability and AI. And for our work, we won the $100,000 Cornell Tech Startup Award. Our team consists of a two-time founder, a former AI engineering lead, and an ESG analyst with 6 years of experience. Together with our advisor who has decades of experience in this exact field, we're tackling one of the world's hardest problems, responsible supply chains. And many companies have tried to tackle this, but have failed because they were not able to scale the manual processes involved. Our unique insight is that we are able to productize these workflows using large language models, a technique that no one is using in this industry today. We charge an annual SaaS subscription on an average of $60,000 a year, but this varies depending on the number of suppliers involved. We have been supported by one of the top pre-seed investors in this country. And we launched, and we are moving really, really fast. We launched our MVP 2 weeks ago. We are starting our design partnership next month. And as we speak, we are negotiating paid contracts with multiple suppliers to Fortune 500 companies. We are starting with our AI-powered supply chain engagement platform. And with each supplier using our platform, we become a system of record for ESG supply chain data, with our long-term vision to be the end-to-end operating system for sustainable supply chains. Our goal for the next 6 months is to get 10 paying customers and $300,000 in annual recurring revenue. And to do this, we are deploying capital to increase our sales pipeline through founder-led sales and conferences. And additionally, we are spending money to even get compliances on our product side to start a lot of these projects. The world deserves responsible supply chains. So join us to be a part of this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Esger. Questions from the judges?
First of all, it's just a great presentation. Really enjoyed kind of learning about this problem. Can you maybe just quantify a little bit for me, like how big are these ESG teams? Like how often, do corporates kind of feel this pain? Like how real is this friction point for them?
Absolutely, I can get into it. So companies have already been spending money on this. So this is not a new budgetary spend for them, but recent regulation, let's take here in the US because it's familiar. 2022 UFLPA, Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which is affecting 3 verticals: solar, apparel, and electronics. These companies have now have to map out their supply chain and prove with something called evidentiary proof to the government that we do not have forced labor in their supply chain. Usually, this is something that they did not do very seriously. Now it's becoming a big thing because quite literally billions of dollars of goods are being stopped at the border. Now, how are companies tackling this? They hire consultants. That's the standard approach. But larger companies, say Walmart or Target, someone we have been talking to, they have ESG and sustainability teams. And this is a new function. In more traditional companies where there is no ESG or sustainability function, the procurement function is in charge. But the worst part about that is the procurement team does not even have knowledge or training on this. So it becomes this weird situation where something they're not being trained for is now a high priority action item for the CEO. Last week, a company called Boohoo in UK, they lost $1 billion in their market cap because of this very thing. They could not, someone found that they had forced labor in their supply chain. So it's a very, very high risk situation for them right now.
Thank you for the answer. I believe we have some questions from the judges online. Johnson?
Yeah, hi. Great presentation. Have you spoken to the different suppliers in the region? Have you worked in supply chain management before? Because it could get very complex, and the issues may be very difficult to untangle. Can you talk a bit about your experience in that?
Yeah, absolutely. Can do that. So we have been talking to suppliers for the longest time. We have talked to hundreds of them. And one of my co-founders, Ken, he's talking to a customer right now, but he comes from a supply chain background. So his family actually owns factories in China. So he deeply understands how supply chains work at that level, since he's a part of the ecosystem. Additionally, our advisor, she has 20 years of experience in supply chain mapping. So as a team, we do have that deep expertise in understanding like the nuances and the politics of the whole thing, because there is to a certain degree a human nature to it, and we completely understand. And that's why a solution is taking a point-based approach that will eventually solve the problem at the root level.
Thank you so much. We have one more question from a judge. Matthew, can you speak up?
Yes, just trying to get the, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Because I wanted to understand better how you validate the inputs that are coming into the AI. It seems that many of these are going to be coming in email responses to queries that the Esker system is putting out. How do you validate those answers?
Absolutely. So I will answer that by giving a very small, brief overview of the workflow. Companies first send out something called self-assessment questionnaires to suppliers. You get responses. Depending on the responses, you classify them as high risk. Then you're sent in-person audits are sent, and then you get audit reports, which are oftentimes 200 to 300 pages long, which are verified. Now we come into in two phases. One is the self-assessment questionnaire phase, where you do a risk analysis. You can never, there's the one fact in supply chain auditing, in-person can never be replaced. So eventually you have to determine who is doing it in person. And once you're doing it in person, you validate those reports. We are not changing this workflow in any way. There's an industry accepted practice on how to validate this. And this practice is by Responsible Business Alliance, a coalition that defines this. So we don't make the rules, we productize the rules, essentially, because people much smarter than us have figured out how to do this.
Thank you so much, Esker. Big applause for Esker. Thank you. Next, we'll have One Health Plus.
Imagine a 40-year-old business woman feeling sick and having to walk several miles to the nearest hospital. After making this long journey, she then have to wait minutes and sometimes hours, hoping that she is one of the lucky ones who is able to see a doctor. And even after seeing a doctor, she has no idea of how much it's gonna cost her for her healthcare needs. And sometimes might not be even permitted to leave the hospital. Growing up in Ghana, I firsthand saw how health disparities affected a lot of my community members.
In fact, I lost both my grandmother and my auntie to this ordeal. However, I'm not the only one. According to WHO, there are about 800 million people in Africa who cannot save for their healthcare needs or lack health insurance. As a result, 34% of them are going to forego their medical care needs. And this is the reason why we built One Health, a platform that would allow people to book for their healthcare needs and even have the option to prepay for their healthcare. So reimagine the journey again with One Health. You feel unwell, having to walk several miles to the nearest hospital. You go on the platform. You are able to see the different healthcare providers, book an appointment, see an estimated cost of your services, and even have the option to prepay for your healthcare, or have the option for your family member to pay on your behalf. After this is done, all that you need to do is to show up at the healthcare center and get your care needs met. This is another use case scenario of how our platform can enable access to healthcare. There are a lot of people in the diaspora that sends money home for the healthcare needs of their loved ones. However, whenever they send the money, they can only hope that their loved ones go to the hospital. There's no way that they can verify that they go there. With our platform, instead of sending money, you can purchase this digital health pass that you can send to your family member. And all that they need is to just show up at the clinic and get their healthcare needs met. Our solution has the potential of serving over 1.2 billion people who are living on the continent in Africa. However, our initial target markets are the people in the middle class and also people in the diaspora that sends money home for the healthcare needs of their loved ones. In Africa alone, we have over 300 million people who are in the middle class and spends on average $10 a day. Also, in 2021 alone, about $94 billion were sent through remittances to Africa. And out of that, 30 to 45% of that went to the healthcare needs. This translates into a market of 28 to 40 billion. With our platform, we are confident that we can capture 1% of this market, which will translate into 200 to 400 million. So how do we make money? We do make money through revenue sharing with the healthcare providers. So we get a percentage for the care that they provide for the people, and also through the transaction fees, where individuals will purchase this digital health pass and send that over to their loved ones in Ghana. So what have we accomplished so far? We've done our market research to really understand the people that we are going to serve. Additionally, we've finalized our digital health pass technology and also launched our website to create more awareness about our product. So our next steps is to partner with other healthcare providers, pilot our payment technology, gather or build our data architecture, and also continue with our marketing efforts to bring awareness about our product. So this is the founding team. My name is Osei, and I have over 5 years of experience in hospital operations, working at the Henry Ford Health and also New York Presbyterian. I also operate a nonprofit in Ghana that is focused on bringing medical care to people in rural and underserved communities, and have served over 4,000 individuals. Recently, our organization was selected to be part of the CNN Heroes program. And here is my co-founder, who is Joel, currently a medical student at the Stanford Medical School, and also have extensive experience operating in the digital space. And here are our founders who have extensive experience, both locally and globally, in the business field, technology, and also in the clinical field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osei. We'll take questions from the judges. You already have some questions online, so we'll go to Matthew.
Yes, thank you. And I don't know how to get my video going here, so I'm sorry that I'm in the dark for you. The earlier submission had included discussion of a rollout of clinics. Here you mentioned partners. I'm not exactly sure where you are headed in terms of the extent to which you're going to own the healthcare and provide the healthcare delivery, or focus on the payment app, which is what you talked about a little bit more here. So I'd like to understand then, how does the business plan encompass those two aspects, and what are the financials and so the capex and the opex that will be required around these? And second, just in terms of this payment app, and I understand the value of being able to transfer funds from people overseas and so on, but I'm not sure how the prepayment works when you haven't yet got a diagnosis. What if the amounts that were sent over in advance aren't enough to cover the eventual diagnosis and treatment?
Yeah, thank you so much, Machi. So to your first question, our goal is to first of all partner with already existing healthcare partners who are already doing the work, and then leverage their facilities to provide care. And as we learn more about the market, our goal is to also go into the building of these healthcare centers to be able to provide that continuum of care. And to the second question, I definitely agree with you that sometimes it's very difficult to figure out how much it would cost you. So initially, our goal is to focus on diagnostic tests, which individuals definitely know how much it's going to cost them to do a diagnostics test. And also, we are also working on another feature of this platform that would allow individuals to be able to have a digital wallet where they can save this money into it and use that for their healthcare needs. So in an event where they go to the hospital and it's more than the funds, they have these funds in their digital wallet that they can use to pay for the care.
Thank you. Johnson, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I actually have two questions. How many doctors and clinics have you signed up so far? And how do you ensure the availability, quality, and reliability of the supply of doctors? And my second question is, how do you collect health data for doctors to diagnose the patients online?
Yeah, thank you so for your question. So right now we have 5 healthcare partners that we are planning to work with. And the goal is that in order to sign a contract with them, we are definitely going to do our due diligence to ensure that they meet the regulations, or they meet the requirements for the healthcare regulatory bodies, so that we are confident that they will be able to provide the care, for the individuals. So can you repeat the last part of your second question? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. How do you ensure the availability, quality, and reliability of the supply of doctors? The reason I ask is because I've seen this product elsewhere, and what happens is that the doctors, it's very hard to get the doctors to get a doctor's appointment. And when you get to the appointment, they cancel last minute. And so the patient's interests are really hurt because, they waited for like a day or a few hours to make the appointment. And then the doctor suddenly cancels the appointment because he has to do something else. So, how do you make sure that that doesn't destroy your platform? Because once you lose trust, the user's not going to come back. And the other thing is, how do you collect health data like blood pressure and heart rate and all that, so the doctors can make the right judgment and diagnoses?
Yeah, thank you. As I said in the beginning, and I agree with you that there's all these inefficiencies. So in the beginning, we are going to work with the few people that we've done our due diligence and are very confident that they will be able to do the work. And as we expand and definitely work with other healthcare providers, we will make sure that they also abide with what we want to do. But definitely, we are still sort of navigating that, because I agree with you, there is that inefficiencies that can disrupt the healthcare journey. Regarding the tracking of the test or the results, regarding the tracking of the test and the results, Our platform is built, we are using a blockchain to build this platform, which allow individuals to sort of have a record of all the tests that they've done. And so what they have to do is that once they go and see their healthcare provider, all they do is to scan all they do is to log into their account. And because it's built on blockchain, it has a lot of, it has a track of all the tests that they've done in the past, and then they can show you to the healthcare provider for the person to do, for the person to have that proper diagnosis.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you so much. Big applause for Jose and One Health Plus. Next, we'll have Prami. Welcome, David. Yes.
I would like to start by telling you the story of Juan Barrantes, who is a current customer that unfortunately 2 years ago got an informal credit in order to build the second floor of his house. The life of Juan was affected dramatically since he had to pay interest rates about 150% annually, make daily payments, and face an abusive collection that made him feel in danger. This happens hundreds of times all over Colombia and Latin America, where less than 11% of the rural population can get access to formal credit. At Prami, we merge this reality with the great chance of growth of buy now, pay later models. For instance, in LATAM, 67% of stores have not offered this yet, although they could be selling up to 40% more. So what do we do at Prami? We give microcredits in the small towns and rural areas through light stores and in less than 15 minutes. We're so convenient and easy to use that we can access a credit request 100% through WhatsApp. We're also promoting what we call conscious shopping, which means that the purchase or the transaction is linked to a real customer need and could improve their quality of life. We do it by choosing very well our light stores, since they must be part of these industries. The market is huge since this happens in most emerging markets, not only in Latin America, but just take into account Latin America, we have a market of 27 billion. And if we take into account the most addressable markets, we have a market of 680 million. We started this year with 9 Light stores, and this 2023 is where most of our growth has come. We finished the last Q with 130 Light stores, 250K in total credit origination, and more than 700 credits disbursed with an average ticket of $355. Our income is growing 30% month by month. So what's next for Prami? Keep promoting financial inclusion in the most remote regions, not only in Colombia, but also in more emerging markets. We're expecting to finish 2024 with 1,000 Light stores and reach our first 2.5 million in credit origination. Regarding our collection, it's going pretty well. Our 90 days receivable rate is at 2%, which is way far from the 8% of the microcredit industry. And the credit portfolio is covered by well-known national institutes up to 8%. How Prami works? So the credit is originated by the Light store. Thanks to Prami, they can approve that credit in less than 15 minutes. The product or the service is given directly that day to the final customer, and the credit is disbursed in less than 15 days to the Light store. Our revenue comes from a 4% commission paid by the Light store and a monthly interest rate paid by the final customer, which is very similar of what is charging nowadays a credit card in Colombia. Among our most important competitors are the informal credit market, the traditional banks, and the fintech sector. And we differentiate from them by being faster in the disbursements, having a focus on small towns and rural areas, by having a competitive interest rate, and also by having the tech product 100% in WhatsApp, which is quite convenient and quite easy to use for the final customer at the Allied store. The team is composed by Felipe Torres, CEO with experience in portfolio recovery and the hardware industry in rural areas of Colombia. David Diaz, CTO with experience leading high-tech teams in different startups. Sebastian Cala, our COO, who is finishing his double degree in Germany. And myself, David Garcia, with experience in sales and growth area in different startups as well. We're also counting with a financial advisory board with more than 10 years of experience in companies like Citibank, Scandia, and the Latin American Reserve Fund. The price will help us a lot, but we need more money, unfortunately. We're asking for a 250K in a capitalization of 5 million in order to keep developing the tech product. We want it to be 100% automated in WhatsApp, implement analytics and machine learning in the credit risk policy, and AI in the early and preventive debt collection process, and also for growth in the sales department. Thank you very much, and join us in promoting financial inclusion in emerging markets.
Okay, we'll move on to questions from judges. Matthew, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. What is the data that goes into the credit scoring? How do you link to customer data at the retailer? And also, who is financing the balance sheet here? Is the retailer contributing some of that? I know in many of these markets, retailers commonly advance products to their local customers who they know. So is this just a formalization of that practice that was already going on? Or is this an additional amount of lending, and is the retailer contributing some of the liquidity, or is that all a debt finance that that probably will eventually have to run on its balance sheet?
Yeah, right now, thanks for your question. The whole the money has been raised through debt, not through equity. 100%, just asking for friends, family, angel investors, and family officers that have been helping us during this time. The data comes primarily from local providers, and it has been very helpful during this initial phase. But if we really want to have an impact in Colombia and in all the region and all the world, we really need to create our own credit risk data. If we're nowadays collecting it, no one else is collecting it, so that we have a valuable asset in there. Now we need like the investment in order to produce it and to make it valuable for us, for example, with machine learning.
What kind of data are you using, and how do you determine who to lend to today?
Well, we are getting the behavior, the financial behavior of the customer. That one is one of them. For example, the capacity that he or she has to get a new loan with us, it's another one. Also, we are asking for the demographic data, like where they live, where is the recurrent income they have, are some of the data we are collecting nowadays, and we will try to use it for the machine learning in the risk policy. I don't know if I missed something.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Just 2 questions. One is, can you describe the gender dynamics of the ultimate borrowers? How many of those borrowers are women? And then second question is, have you looked at the debt that is being created, and just how is this affecting the leverage of the actual end user, the microfinance borrower, in terms of the increase in consumption and purchasing?
Well, thank you for your question. Regarding the first one, it's almost half, like half are women. Most of them are the leaders of their family, and the other half are men. Like it's very well distributed among the population we're impacting. And the second one, I didn't get it.
So
very
maybe
well.
just to follow on the first one, have you considered increasing the gender representation on your team to represent the customers that you're serving?
On our team.
Yeah, because it looked like there were 4 men who are the team. Have you considered adding a woman since you're serving 50% of your customers are female?
Good question. Yes, like as I showed, the founders right now are men, but yes, like our first employee, it's a woman, and she's helping us a lot with the credit generation, and that's what we wanted to do, because we are unfortunately all men, and as you said, new vision, it's very valuable for us and a different perspectives as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, thank you again. Just a quick question. So I'm very familiar with Adi. That's one of the probably the leading players in Colombia. I know that they're expanding to all of LATAM, but they've been facing pretty difficult challenges with their net interest margin given rising interest rates. Why do you think that the rural areas are more addressable than urban areas, just given the depth of the market? And how would you say you differentiate from Adi?
Perfect. Thanks for your question. Yes, like I said, we have a special focus on rural areas of Colombia, and it has been a region and parts of the country that has been completely neglected by the company and the traditional banks, and fully by the informal credit market. So there is a huge necessity in this market for formalization, and Adi is not focusing just on rural areas. So they are focusing mainly in the most important cities of Colombia and Latam. So that's one of our main differentiators. Also, the rural areas of Colombia and most in Latin America, they are not familiar with technology. They are very resilient. They don't even know what is a credit card, and they don't want one. So as in this using buy now, pay later models, we do a huge work in formalization, and they get formal credits through us.
Thank you so much. Big applause for Prami. Now on to our last finalist, Satellites on Fire. Big applause, please.
Hi, my name is Matias Escandarani, and today I want to tell you more about Satellites on Fire. Sorry, could I ask you to... Thank you very much. Start again. In 2020, we witnessed his family friends losing their home to wildfires in Argentina. We couldn't stand still. From that moment, we decided we wanted to solve this problem, and we started to speak with more than 100 people that worked on a daily basis with wildfires. We got to know the problem very deeply. The key to stop a fire propagation is to detect it early, and organizations are noticing them too late. Each hectare of forest burn costs $30,000 and can take up to 20 years to be productive again. But don't worry, there's hope. Satellites on Fire is a wildfire early alert system using satellites imagery, camera detection, and AI. We help enterprises, landowners, and governments to tackle their fires in time and reduce their losses. Let's see a testimonial of Julio Simon, who monitors landowners' areas. He mentioned that with our system, he has information every 10 minutes, monitoring intensity and speed of the wildfires. While with NASA system, this can take up to several hours or even days in appearing. We are in a new and growing market, in the fastest growing moment of the satellites industry. We are the only ones that are combining camera detection, satellite detection, and software-based strategies. This enables us to provide information in much more territory, to be faster detection for our clients, and to be super scalable, being at the forefront of the satellite industry. We make money with a freemium B2B business model. We charge a monthly subscription to our customers that are every organization with lands for our early alert system. It's key to know that since we started commercializing 1.5 years ago, no customer has unsubscribed, as they value our detection as faster and more precise than NASA's. Talking about traction, we have more than 2,000 monthly active users in 8 different countries that we reach them only by word of mouth and recommendations. We have raised 460K, and we are currently monitoring 500 million hectares of users. That is an equivalent of 3,000 times the area of California. We're a team of 4 under 22 years old. Uli, our CTO, was the best Argentinian programmer in the International Olympiads of Informatics. Joaco, our COO, won a Harvard competition this year. Fran, our CEO, has been shortlisted as one of the top 40 innovators globally. I am the CMO of Satellites on Fire, and I was the VP of an NGO that fights against childhood malnutrition in Argentina. We are also being part of Techstars Accelerator, second best accelerator in the world, and we have strategic investors with more than 40 years in the agro industry and unicorn companies. Talking about our financial growth, this year we went in a 16 increase from 2022 to 2023. For our next year, we are planning a 5x increase. We want to predict where the next wildfire is going to ignite. The problem is that current models are only monitoring fuel and climate data. Why is this wrong? Well, 95% of the wildfires are generated by human and not only by natural causes. Also, the current models are just a risk analysis and are not a call to action for putting out wildfires. So with our solution, this is our next goal that we are aiming for, we are going to take into account all the data that is already being used and combine it with more factors that are more important. For example, topography, fire history, such as location and past fires in those areas, and human activity, such as electricity cables, routes, and campfires. With this, we are going to alert more than 80 fire stations, so they know where the next wildfire is going to ignite. This will enable them to take early precautions, saving lives, their assets, and biodiversity. Together, let's use the power of technology to protect our communities and our planet. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. We'll move on to questions from the judges. We have one question online. Matthew?
Thanks. Really interesting presentation. I'm a little bit unclear on the division here between predictive, looking at fuel sources and climate and so on, versus what you're observing and notification from the satellite imagery. So if you could clarify a little bit, what that mix is. Second, I presume you're not running your own satellite network, so you're getting data from existing satellites. And then the question is, what's your competitive moat? That data is not proprietary to you. What keeps somebody else from creating a similar system that notifies based on what you and they can see from the satellite data?
Perfect. Thank you for your question. I will start with the first one. The wildfire area has 3 stages. You have prediction, detection, and suppression. In the vision of our company, we want to cover all of them. We start with detection, and we are really good at it, and all the clients that we have are with our early alert system, in which we detect when a wildfire is happening. We do it with satellite imagery, camera detection, and AI. Then, with this price, we want to start our prediction model, and this is what we're aiming for in terms of improving our product. That is better clear, or I need to amplify in that?
That's
Okay,
clear to me.
I'll move
Thanks.
on.
Then the question about data
Perfect.
and competitive modes.
Perfect. Okay, so in terms of the second question, yes, all the satellites that we use are free, and this is great because this makes us super scalable. And then of course comes the question of, okay, what makes us different? So we are combining these 4 satellites that are from NASA and are free, and 2 more satellites that NASA has with NOAA. We combine all that information, and we started to create our property of the model. Then we are not only depending on satellites anymore. An example of this is the camera detection. We had improved our camera and we launched it this year. So we are not only depending on satellites, and we can offer our clients a more robust product. And that's also create entry barriers for the other competitors that are only focusing on satellites. The difference is that our focus is not on having the best satellites, but to solving the problem of wildfires. And in that area, we are focusing all around it. For example, now we are also speaking with a air sensor company to see if we can make experiments to detect wildfires with that too. So we are improving all the time our product, so we don't depend no longer on satellites on fire and on satellites, and that gives us the advantage in the market. Besides, we are first movers.
Is that camera network your own, or are those the cameras that are in other people's existing networks?
Perfect. Can be both. If our client already has the camera, we connect to the cameras, we rotate them automatically, and with AI, we detect the wildfires and we send images to those clients. If they don't have the camera, we have partners that install them for us. But the cameras are not from our company. We are 100% software-based.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Big applause to Satellites on Fire.
Thank you.
That concludes our pitch competition. Thank you so much. And one more time, big applause to all the teams that they made it so far and made the best one win. Now, a quick just thank you to all the judges that agreed to help us evaluate all the teams. Massive thank you to Mark Mobius, who's also the sponsor of this pitch competition, Sebastian Molin Gassman, Johnson Cheng, Heather Henyon in person, Ishan Gwank in person as well, Momina, Oliver, Matthew, and Carlos, who are all online. Thank you so much, and we'll move on to the next stage. Shivani?
Thank you so much, Matush. Before we start our next event, Dean Andrew Curley would like to say a few words, so I'd like to invite him up.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Are we not happy to be here at the Emerging Markets Institute Conference? Thank you. I want to hear you. I'm so grateful that all of you are here attending. Thank you to all the participants on the panels, the students, the student pitch competition participants. But I want to just simply take this moment to have you join me in thanking our dear benevolent leader, Lourdes Casanova, who is running all of this. Thank you, Lourdes, for all the good things you're doing for this Emerging Markets Institute. And I am going to now, because I know we're running late on time, step aside and let the panel go. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dean Curley. I'm really excited to announce our next panel. It's on central bank digital currencies and AI, looking back and looking forward. The introduction of a diverse array of financial technologies, including blockchain-enabled tokens and digital currencies, has been heralded for its ability to broaden markets and provide global inclusivity for countries with emerging markets. But how will these new various assets work with each other? This panel will be moderated by Francesco Del Vecchio, Managing Director of Moelis & Company. Thank you so much, Francesco, and the panelists.
Hello, can you hear us? Yeah, sounds like. He's on. Okay, good. Well, good morning. Yeah, still morning. Great. Thank you. Thank you for your time. This is a pretty interesting panel, and it's also quite timely. So I'll just make a quick introduction to the speakers, and we have a series of questions we'd like to ask the panelists. I personally don't actually know much about this space, so I'll be learning as much from the experts on the call and in the room as the rest of you. I'm Francesco, as mentioned. Got Rustam, who's a senior lecturer at the business school, and Ninda Dutta, who's a senior partner at EY. Mark Mobius, who we all know is a founding partner of Mobius Capital Partners, and Matthew Saul, who actually is on, I think. So I think the first question, I guess for the benefit of the audience and quite frankly for me, maybe we'll start with you. What is the actual difference between digital and crypto? Because it's become very topical, and maybe if you could just highlight a couple of bullet points, that would be helpful.
Of course. The great thing about new industries is that you get to define them the way you want. So I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, so there's really three distinct segments of this market. One is what's called a digital currency. The other thing is what's called a UPI, or a universal product interface, if I'm not mistaken, payment interface. And the third is crypto. And while they all have the same objective, which is to take something that's in the physical realm and put it into the economic realm, the how and the why are very different. A digital currency is basically a digital form for whatever currency you're used to transacting in. So it could be a digital version of the US dollar or the Indian rupee, or whatever you might want to call it. A UPI is a way to connect consumers such as yourselves with bank transactions. Very similar to a digital currency, but not exactly the same. And then there's cryptocurrency, which is way out there. It's actually vastly different than either of those two because it's built on a technology called blockchain. And one of the key differentiators of a blockchain technology is that it doesn't have to have any central banking influence or interference or decision making. It's decentralized. And so all three of those are really fundamentally different, but all driving towards this future of economic payment.
Maybe Rustam, staying with you for this next one, and shifting gears a little bit, could you give some insight as to the tremendous success of mobile payments in emerging markets in general?
Yeah, so the only real data I have, unfortunately, is that of India, because I kind of saw this firsthand. UPI, essentially what it did was it democratized using electronic payments in that particular geography. And a great data point I love to share is that sometimes good stuff happens just because it's the right time. And if you look at UPI transactions in India in January of 2020, there were about 1 billion transactions a year being processed through this system. And guess what? Next thing you know, COVID happens, and the entire world is scrambling to find a way to make commerce happen contactless. And India got the memo. September of 2023, that number is now 10.23 billion transactions a month. It's up tenfold in less than 3 years. And that's the power of this technology. It not only moves it into the hands of many, many consumers, it's scalable, it's low cost, and it's contactless.
That's super helpful. And then turning to you on a couple of the AI related questions. Can you hear us okay, by the way?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah, perfectly. Yeah. So I guess, what do you see, broadly speaking, I know it's kind of a broad question, but the benefits of AI in general for emerging markets? And I'll ask a related question after that.
Sure. Thanks, Francesco. Actually, I'm sitting currently in Singapore, so it's kind of the hotbed of AI in Asia, et cetera. We'll talk more about that. So I think within the emerging markets, AI has been used in a number of different ways, whether it's managing customers, managing operations, managing support functions. So I'll give you maybe three real quick use cases. Agribusiness, right? There are specific AI apps being developed. There's one that's being done in Kenya called Neural, and it's to check on leaf damage. You put it through the app, it checks all of the different parameters, tells you kind of what the diagnosis is, etc. So it really empowers the farmer with this piece of technology and AI. Second, specific to healthcare, AI is now being used in emerging markets for diagnosis, remote telehealth, etc. So there's a lot of different possibilities, and then also manufacturing, where the infrastructure is not as robust. So emerging markets particularly have taken kind of a starting position, a leadership position in the use of AI.
And as a follow-up, that's super helpful. As a follow-up to that, are there any changes regarding the types of AI that are being used?
Well, I mean, if you take just context of we were talking about mobile payments earlier, right? There's different AI can be used in many different ways, right? I mean, besides the banking side of it, I mean, there's the whole surround. So AI can help in fraud detection, notification, all of the irregular patterns that happens with mobile banking. That's kind of one. Second, with the KYC situation, with the customer profiling and onboarding, and again, making sure all of the right checks and balances are put in place. AI can kind of be a great enabler. And then the third piece is customer service, right? I mean, I think gone are the days of just the call centers, which are still there, but it's enabled dramatically with AI and some of the knowledge bases that AI can provide as we're providing better customer service. Hope that helps.
Finally, any major differences between emerging markets and more developed markets in the use of AI?
Yeah, I think again, there's a lot of stats out there, but I think China and the U.S. in particular are kind of have taken a really big lead in AI initiatives. China more for AI applications. The U.S. has a lot of fundamental AI development going on, but in Asia in particular, just from where I'm at, just to give you a stat, there's a massive investment by the governments, by companies, and 61% of the global population lives in Asia, and AI is expected to add $1 trillion by 2030. So these are some massive projections and kind of massive investments. So you can just see that the developing markets are certainly looking to be the hotbed of AI going forward. And so I think there's a lot of promise in the days to come.
Mark, maybe turning to you on the next couple of questions, because this is more around CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies. They've been launched, as far as we can tell, predominantly in emerging market economies. Why do you think that is?
Sorry, I didn't get we lost the sound for a while.
Okay, I can repeat the question. So the central bank digital currencies have been launched predominantly in emerging market economies. I guess the question is, why do you think that is? Hey, Mark, just wondering if you heard that question. I can repeat it again if that's helpful.
No, yeah. Could you repeat the question, please?
Oh, certainly. Sorry. Okay, so it's regarding the central bank digital currencies. It sounds like they've been launched predominantly in emerging market economies. Why do you think that is, and how do you think that plays out in the future?
Well, the central bank digital currencies, and by the way, Lotus and I are working on a book which we hope will come out next year about this particular subject. But the whole idea of central bank digital currencies is for central banks to get a hold of this digital revolution and compete with the likes of Bitcoin and all these other cryptocurrencies. In other words, they want to take back the power, if you will, of what Bitcoin and these other digital currencies have taken away. Now, the advantage, and by the way, probably one of the reasons why it's so exciting to allow these emerging market countries is because many of these countries are not democracies. China is probably the best example. And these countries would like to be able to control the flow of money into the hands of the population. So with a central bank digital currency, you will be able to determine how much people will spend, where they will spend it, and when they will spend it. So this is very, very attractive for countries like China, where you have, a system where the Communist Party is in control. In an environment which is more democratic, it'll become very controversial. And so that's a problem. So I would say the big attraction, of course, is control by central banks.
No, that's helpful. I guess on that topic, do you foresee increased regulation as a result of that?
Yes, definitely there will be regulation if the central bank digital currencies are adopted, because the first thing the central banks will want to do is eliminate competition. So they will try to regulate any other competing currencies in the market. But I'm afraid the cat has gotten out of the bag already. It may be very difficult to put it back in again. And of course, one of the attractions of the digital currencies, the cryptocurrencies, is that it's beyond the control of central banks, at least at this time. Of course, in some countries like China, these cryptocurrencies have been banned, but it may be very difficult to do that on a global basis.
Got it. And then, although it's evolving, the adoption seems a little bit slower than maybe we would have expected. Why do you think that is? Is it sort of lack of trust in some of the governments? Is it sheer just technology issues? What do you think and maybe you can comment on this a little bit too. What do you think the rate of uptake will be, and why has it been a little bit slower than expected?
Well, the big problem, of course, with this is that you've got to have a testing phase. In other words, even in China, they've tried to test it in a few provinces, and there are many complications to adopting it. That's number one. Number two, as we learned when we visited Jamaica and talked to some of the people on the ground, they said they didn't like it because they didn't like central bank to control their money. Of course, they didn't realize that the central bank already is controlling money, but I think they went further to say they don't like the idea of being shut out of cash. In other words, they want to be able to use cash. So I think these are the barriers to adoption, in addition to, of course, the technical aspects. There are huge technical challenges to adopt central bank digital currency. So all these factors are slowing the process down.
Yeah, if I may, a couple of thoughts on this. So firstly, if you recall, I'd mentioned that digital currencies are not cryptocurrencies. And so to the extent that an individual consumer like yourself wants to invest in cryptocurrency because of the decentralized nature of how it operates, you're not going to substitute that dollar invested in crypto for a dollar in digital currency. It's just not the same product. Okay. So while central banks may spend all the time they want trying to develop digital currencies, one of the reasons I feel they're not being adopted as fast as crypto is because it's a completely different product. The other thing you got to think about is that, again, I go back to India as an example. Timing is everything. When COVID hit, the UPI platform was ready. A digital currency wasn't. And so a vast swath of Indian young consumers have grown up using UPI without the existence of a digital currency. That begs the question, what value would the digital currency bring today that the UPI doesn't already offer to its consumers? So that's kind of where I stand on this topic.
No, exactly right. I agree with that completely, yes.
So realistically, 10 years from now, what is the landscape going to look like? I'll open it to the whole panel on that. is it just going to be adopted and will become mainstream, or there'll still be some element of hard residual currency that's mostly in circulation?
Do you mean the central bank digital currencies?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I doubt if it will be universal. It'll be, given the start so far, I doubt that this will become sort of the be end and end all of currency globally.
Audience, are there any questions from the audience on any of
I
these
can
particular
come in
topics?
on any of this.
Oh, hey, Matthew. Yeah, please.
Sorry
please
to
share your thoughts
jump in on top of
all
you
the above.
or to preclude the audience, but wanted to share a couple of thoughts. First of all, going back to the question about mobile money and digital finance and financial inclusion. I mean, the global Findex data show that from around 2011 to 2021, account ownership increased globally from 51% to 76%. So we're now in a solid majority of people who have access to an account. And in the emerging markets, almost all of that growth was driven by mobile money accounts. So there's a really significant impact there. And I'd encourage anybody to look at the global Findex database that the World Bank maintains that has all of that data and country breakdowns. It's quite interesting. So that digital point of access has been significant, but it hasn't gone all the way towards inclusion, which is not only having access to financial products and a wallet and payments, but also access to credit, insurance, and other financial services and products and services. And that's where I think advanced data analytics, including AI, but not solely requiring that level, is becoming more and more important. We see data-driven lending as a way to overcome the challenges of lack of collateral or lack of credit history that face many of the people who are newly coming into finance, and the potential for more advanced systems, including AI, to take a role in helping to determine whether products are appropriate, to provide for advances in consumer financial literacy, and to help make sure that any lending that's done is responsible. It's really a tremendous opportunity there. On the question of CBDCs, I think one of the challenges is the lack of a clear use case. And as some of the discussion has pointed out, if the idea is to substitute for cryptocurrencies, it's not quite the same. People are often investing in cryptocurrencies because of depreciation or inflation in the local currency. And moving them towards a CBDC, which is that local currency, is not going to substitute for the idea of avoiding inflation or having a different asset class by holding the cryptocurrency. At the same time, you have, in China, no clear user advantage from the central bank cryptocurrency versus what was already available in terms of readily and easily usable digital payments from Alipay and WePay and the like. And so the question is, what is the distinct use case for a central bank digital currency versus all the other digital payment methods that are already available and in people's wallets or phones?
I think those are very, very good points. And the use case is a very critical one. And as I said, the best use case would be control, that for central banks to be able to control the use of the money. But of course, there are many barriers to that.
And there was some reporting that I think it was Brazil, there was some code in there that allowed for certain kinds of reporting and tracking of transactions, which of course is something that people who are used to using cash may not be too keen on.
Exactly.
Okay, there's some questions from the audience. I'll just read out and feel free to jump in. Is there a way to move that box? I'll start with the ones I can read. So I'll start with, what are some of the potential, this is a good question, pitfalls of a system like UPI? Where do they go? Where do CBDCs have the potential to be an equalizer for India and similar emerging market economies to the West? Maybe start with the pitfalls of.
Security, security, and security, really. That's it. So, you know, it's cheap, it's scalable, everybody loves it. How secure it is, I certainly don't know. And so the question would be if, again, taking India as an example, if the central bank were to be able to develop a digital currency that was significantly more secure, both in use of the asset and also in protecting of the consumer's information, that could be a win.
I think the way a UPI will be introduced is going to be slightly different, or the UPI equivalent is going to be different in different markets. And where you have an extensively already banked population, you may be looking at open banking type of structures rather than UPI.
You're absolutely right. Actually, so there's two components to it. One is how much of your population is banked, and the other one is how much of your economy is in cash. Right? So one of the very interesting things that people don't speak about often in terms of digital currency is that it is also the central bank's attempt to pull a cash economy into a non-cash economy, because the minute you have a transaction on your phone, you've left a digital trace of the money you have and have transacted. That puts you into the tax pool, right? And so it's a little dark secret that central banks don't like to talk about, but it's important.
Well, it puts you into the tax pool, but it also puts you into the pool of people who may be able to establish a credit history or enough data to be eligible for credit. We find that the tracking of those transactions and the balances and inflows and outflows into those mobile money accounts is a key element of access to credit for many people. So there's going to be a trade-off for small retailers, for example, about how much they want to, move out of the gray economy and into where their revenues are tracked, and how much benefit they would get from, say, access to a working capital line.
By the way, I'm speaking to you here in Hyderabad, India, and we've been here for about a week. We've been to 3 cities, and I've hardly used any cash. The only time we needed cash was when we had to go to a museum or some palace and pay a small amount for a ticket. Otherwise, everything is credit card or phone. So it's totally digitized. It's amazing.
Mark, have you been riding the auto rickshaws?
Not yet.
They still like cash.
But yeah, that's true. We'll probably use cash for that. But we've been using Uber, and of course, that's totally cashless.
Yeah, and very convenient.
Very convenient.
Okay, next question is, given the large push by mobile payments in financial inclusion in EM, to what extent do you think this can or has already provided other financial services to the consumer? Matthew, do you want to start with that one maybe, or Mark?
I didn't quite. Could you repeat the question again? I
Yeah,
didn't quite...
sure, I'll repeat. Given the large push by mobile payments in financial inclusion in EM, to what extent do you think this can or has already provided other financial services to the consumer?
It already has. I mean, if you look at the situation in Kenya with M-Pesa, there's a great example where people are now able to transfer money around the country with this mobile payments. It's quite amazing. And of course, that's extending into credit financing. It's quite remarkable to see that happening. And it's interesting to note that the innovation started in an emerging country, Kenya, not in a developed country. So it's quite good to see this happening. There's no question. There's going to be more and more of this happening.
I would concur. The mobile money has enabled the provision of many other financial services, ranging from credit to microinsurance. We were an early investor in a company called Branch, which does credit scoring based on data on payments and flows through the mobile money account, but provides then access to microcredits. We've seen many other businesses that are focused on varying value propositions, again, from microinsurance through to credit to small retailers and savings products being offered through the mobile phone interface, because you now have the access point solved and you can reach people. And again, an innovation that came from Kenya, even government bonds and savings instruments offered to individuals because they could pay it through and hold it through digital payments.
I thought I may have seen a question in the audience here live before the ones on the screen. Was there a question here? No? No, just go with these. Okay. The Europe one? Okay, so here's another question. Europe is advancing on regulating on e-money and digital euro. What benefits are they seeing that other emerging markets could adopt or think about?
Well,
Matthew, maybe start with that one.
The regulating of e-money and digital currencies, probably not a good idea, because the whole purpose is to have a free flow of transactions, and I'm afraid regulating them will slow things down a little bit too much. I mean, if you look at the development of e-money and digital currencies, you'll see that it's really blossomed and with no major problems. So I'm afraid that if they try to start regulating it, they may put a monkey wrench into the operations.
I'm going to present a little bit contrarian view there. I think last night's news out of the New York court about FTX, but also incidents like Wirecard, suggest that a certain amount of regulation and oversight in this space is required for customer safety. And I think we won't get to broad adoption without trust. And regulators can play a role in helping to ensure that the players are trustworthy. I think there's also a role for SROs and for industry itself to play. So I think we need to kind of balance between a heavy hand and a lighter hand that or a lighter touch that encourages further innovation, because the regulator doesn't know what new innovations the market is going to come up with, and we don't want to forestall something better from coming down because of excessive regulation. But I think a certain amount of oversight to ensure that these new instruments and providers are trustworthy and can therefore deliver to consumers, and consumers can then use them at scale, can be an important part to play in the evolution of this market. With respect to again, Europe and CBDCs, I'm not sure I know what the use case is yet, but there's much more happening in the market than any of us can individually see.
So I'm going to break ranks and ask a question, if that's okay. And it follows this topic of regulation. And historically, when you had fiat currencies, you had individual countries like the United States or Brazil or Colombia managing their own currency within their own state borders. The unique thing about crypto, of course, is that it's borderless. In fact, most of the time, you don't even know where it is. And so in an environment like that, how do you create that global regulatory regime that is enough to create consumer confidence, but not too much, and it kills the industry altogether?
Well, if you look at the growth of cryptocurrencies, you'll see that it's based on a global belief system. People get together and they believe together, and out of thin air, they're creating a currency. But the real value of these cryptocurrencies is the ability to transfer money from one place to the other without government interference. So if you begin to impose government regulation, then it kills the purpose of the system. Now, of course, a lot of people say, these transfers, cryptocurrency transfers, are done for bad reasons, drug money, etc., is being transferred, but it also could be done for good reasons. People who want to escape a dictatorial government for one reason or another, want to transfer money out. So the cryptocurrencies can be very useful. So I think cryptocurrency and regulation don't mix. They don't seem to be together. Now, of course, people have got to be warned of the problems, but we've seen regulators one after the other missing the ability to protect consumers. If you look at the case of the recent case, FTX, I mean, there was no way that the regulators were able to stop that problem. And if you look back in the history of all of these problems, you'll see the regulators have been not effective. So the best is education of the consumer. And at the end of the day, that would be the way to help.
Let me share a statistic, or three actually, that might shed some light on this question. The first Bitcoin transaction was in January of 2009, and after 14 years, the average daily volume is around 500,000 transactions. Brazil's PIX launched, a fast payment system launched in November 2020. After under 3 years, they were running 20 million transactions per day. And UPI in India became available in August 2016. And after 7 years, it's got about 10 billion monthly transactions, or 320 million transactions per day. So we've got cryptocurrency, longest out there, only not even 1 million transactions a day. And these fiat money-based transfer systems running millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of transactions a day. So I don't think we have to much question about where the trust is and what consumers want to use and where they see valid use cases.
Yeah, very, very good point.
Okay, so I think that concludes this session. If there's any follow-ups, I guess we're going to address that separately. Really thank all the panelists from all over the world.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you so much to our panelists and Francesco for moderating a very interesting discussion on CBDCs and AI. Iris will distribute some gift bags that we have for you as a token of our appreciation. We will now take a lunch break. So please enjoy the lunch that is provided at the Tata Innovation Center in room 141 and 151. It's the building that's directly across the street from this building if you exit out through the back. Also feel free to take advantage of the beautiful weather and explore Roosevelt Island. We will resume the program events at 1:15 p.m. when we'll host a panel on the launch of the 2023 EMI Report. Thank you.
I am right now. Yeah.
Con
Ya.
Roberto.
One second.
Ahora sí.
Ahora sí.
Pero Lourdes, deja tu maletín. Lourdes. Lourdes en el medio. Juan, sin los anteojos. Justo antes de la pandemia, pero se conocen de México. Sí, la verdad, muy interesante. Entonces, perspectivas sensibles. A Lourdes se le dio. No. Una vez un amigo
¿Quieres guardarlo?
Hi there. Yeah, yeah, your just right over
new
there,
one.
yeah.
supposed to start at 1:15. I'm guessing that's 1:30.
Yeah.
By the time people lumber in.
That's the thing. It's hard enough to get them just back into a room, but to get them to cross from one building to another, it's gonna be, it's gonna be slow though.
I have the dubious sign. Hi there.
Momina, Momina is in Istanbul.
I really don't. We've got the script on. I'm hoping we have. Can't pronounce it really. That would be awesome. Schedule is on the script. So I'll show you. For now. Otherwise, I should be able to do it off my phone. Right? Yeah, it didn't really change from one. No, it didn't really change from what you circulated. I circulated the word document. Oh, no. Okay. And Clarence, just to let you know, up here once he activates his camera. Okay.
Okay, Momina said she was.
Yeah, of course. So I told Anne when you were I'm gonna switch this one to the Slido. So you guys can get questions there. But Lorenzo will stay up here.
Yeah. Oye, no. A ver, solo hay dos. Las dos funcionan. Ya, sí. 1706. No, 1206. La mitad. Ya. Espero que la habitación esté limpia. Ya. No. Yo no me moveré ya. Joyce, yes. So Joyce is at what time? No. Okay. Yeah. But Joyce is in the.
We're going to kick it off. Correct?
Yes.
Since it's
Okay. Have you introduced a Did you have lunch?
I did.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, I hope everyone had a great lunch, and we're excited for the second half of our conference here today, and excited to announce the launch of the 2023 EMI Report. And here we have, of course, Lourdes Casanova, Director of the Emerging Markets Institute at the Johnson School, as well as Fred Oyalade from from Carleton University in Canada. We're joined by Anne Moreau, who is the Faculty Fellow for the Emerging Markets Institute. And we're also joined by Momina Aizadun at the Global Head of Microfinance at the IFC.
And Fred, no, Lorenzo Pavone.
Oh, Lorenzo Pavone is also joining us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
from the OECD.
From the OECD, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to be moderating this exciting panel on the new EMI report. But before we get started, perhaps I should give a quick intro. So I'm Dr. Fred Olayele. I'm an economist and a professor with expertise in global trade and finance. I've worked across the US, Canada, Spain, and several African countries, primarily in the international trade and development spheres. I'm an expert on foreign direct investment, and I've done a lot across Africa and Canada. And I also, a while ago, was the chief economist here in the city, in the Big Apple, with the New York City Economic Development Corporation. So I was chief economist and senior vice president for about 3 years, where we oversaw a huge portfolio of research and policy initiatives. Back in Canada, I teach in FDI, trade and development. So for context, why are we here today? We are really here to discuss the highlights from the 8th edition of the Emerging Markets Report, published by the Emerging Markets Institute here at Cornell. Over the last decade, this series of the Emerging Markets Report has really helped to document and collect important benchmark data on the rise of global companies from emerging markets. It has also helped to enhance our understanding of the complex dynamics of business in emerging markets and their role in supporting our global growth. Without any doubt, these are unique times. There's so much happening, around the world now. This edition of the report presents an emerging market paradigm, that is really constrained by increased geopolitical tensions from Ukraine to the Middle East, and even you take it back to the world's 2 largest economies, the United States and China. We've seen a spate of, retaliatory trade regimes and trade sanctions. So this has necessarily made it important for countries to prioritize their domestic affairs. And when you talk about the emergence of nearshoring, value chains with just geographical proximity, this really tells you that when you watch trade and investment flows, countries are beginning to really work with their allies. So this session, we provide a high-level overview on some of these questions. We'll really try to see how did we get to this point and why. Really to make sense of the underlying economic and geopolitical forces that have really led us here. So without further ado, let me bring our speakers who are very well knowledge and vast in this area. We have Dr. Lourdes Casanova, Dr. Anne Miros, and Lorenzo is joining us from the OECD. I'm not going to take too much time by reading their bio. You can see the biographies in the document, but perhaps to set the stage, I will bring in Lourdes first, as director of EMI, to give us a perspective on what is really happening on. I want to start with industrial policy. Okay, back in grad school, or let's even say 20, 25 years ago, the word industrial policy to some people had some negative connotation, especially if you are talking about private markets and letting, the invisible hands dictate what's happening. But it looks like industrial policy is back on the front burner of the growth debate, from Bidenomics and the Inflation Reduction Act in the US to the European Economic Security Strategy. It does appear as though there's a growing convergence in transatlantic approaches to leverage industrial policy to remain competitive and provide protection to local industry. And while, let's not mix things up, while industrial policy has helped some countries to make the most of what they have, e.g. China, the development we've seen there in the last 40 years. What then can we say in terms of how many jurisdictions are beginning to go back to industrial policy, and with specific emphasis on the 20 largest emerging countries, which of course will be the major focus. So Lourdes, what do you say about industrial policy, which is on the policy table for the E20? What's your perspective? What should we expect? And what do we make of it?
Thank you very much, Fred. for us, for Anne and myself, this is a very important day, the day that we launch the EMI report. So we'll start a little bit with some findings of the report. I am very grateful to Dean Andrew Caroli, who is here, who is the founder, director of EMI. And then in the last 8 years, while I was the director, what I did was to grow the center. Three things. One, we need a voice, that's the report. Second, we need to communicate to the world what we are doing. And third, we need also education. We're institutional education, so we have many EMI fellows. So the idea, and we have created a number of networks, and we have here some colleagues from the Emerging Multinationals Research Network, from the Global Strategy in Emerging Markets Networks, and others that help also on the academic side. So the idea of the report was always to bring the voice of emerging markets, basically in business and in economics. That's our focus. And we wanted to stay away from politics. Politics is very complex. Let the government department deal with it and other departments. However, this year's subject theme for the conference for the whole year is risks and realignments. So every year around March, EMI starts a discussion with the stakeholders. We start with the alumni and we ask them, what do you think this year captured the imagination? And I remember talking, the first person I spoke was Bob Staley, a senior alum from Cornell. And he told me, you know, Lourdes, the first thing that's happening right now is risks. And it was March. Now the world is much riskier than it was in March. So he said that, and then we start discussing with the EMI fellows, with the faculty advisory board, with everybody else, and we voted, and that was the theme, risks and realignments. And sorry for the end that is missing, risks and realignments that the world is going through. So when we reflect, Anne and I started reflecting on the 8 reports. We reflected on the 8 reports, and the first one, also I feel that both of us as academics need to be optimistic for you, the young people that we have in our universities. So all the 7 previous themes were all very optimistic. Last year, reinventing global value chains, but the first year particularly, the first year we had a picture of a COSCO ship. COSCO is one of the biggest ship companies in the world from China, a state-owned enterprise, crossing the Panama Canal. That year, the Panama Canal was the biggest infrastructure project in the world and happened in an emerging market. So the pride of emerging markets, very few people were talking about China in that time, in the sense that was investing all over the world. So what we were saying in that first report was to say, guess what? Chinese companies are becoming very global, number one. Second, many are state-owned enterprises. And third, there is going to be a lot of South-South investment. In many variables that we look, China has invested a lot in the US, a lot in China, and also in Europe as well, both in greenfield and mergers and acquisitions. But more and more China, as it was happening in 2015, is turning to emerging markets. That year, 2015, we don't remember, but it was the debt crisis. I'm from Spain, and you know, yet again, the South countries, Greece, Spain, Portugal, and Ireland, were having a debt crisis. So Europe was very pessimistic. US was getting out from the global financial crisis. It takes a while. Some they say US is still suffering from that crisis. Some still say that, but was coming out 2014, a very good year of growth for the US, and 3.2%. So definitely very optimistic view. So as Fred said in the introductory remarks, we are in another completely different world in 2023. Geopolitical risks that Bob Staley, again, a senior and very dear alum and one of the founders of EMI, was saying, you know, risks are back, and it's geopolitical risk. How can we measure that? How can I, from Cornell, an undergrad from Cornell, how can I, please help me with the tools. I don't have the tools to measure them, but definitely, and definitely we are today distributing Dean Andrew Caroli's book that exactly talks about that. So you may find copies of his book in your bag, because I think that book that was published a couple of years ago is now very important book because he is attempting to measure how you can measure this geopolitical risk. But this geopolitical risk that was in emerging markets is now everywhere. So then because of that, we have three consequences, and I would like to start this because again, while preparing the report, we had two major moments. One was 2020, when the strategic review told us, you know what, you're only talking about companies and how they are growing, but there are a lot of societal demands. So then in 2020, we started looking at ESG performance of emerging market multinationals. Then last year, with the help of Sharjah Bank, who is here, we published a ranking for emerging markets, taking into account the development, growth, ESG. So ESG and societal purposes has been part of EMI report for a while now. But then again, also between profit and purpose. So we praise companies that are growing, we praise companies that are very profitable, and on the other hand, we measure companies that are doing well, the big corps of this world. But how we merge both, so that's on society, and then of course on risk. So how you are the CEO of Apple, to give an example, that is being manufactured mainly in China and designed in Cupertino, but how do you do that when governments are telling you, you have to help us with the development of the nation? That was very typical of emerging markets, is now typical of every country. So companies face scrutiny, are you helping us in the development of the country? So that's one thing. Then how business leaders can manage in this world in which one day you are praised because, my God, you are record profits, and the next day you are scrutinized because you either are again opening one manufacturing facility in an emerging market and not in the US, for instance. And then, of course, during the Russia-Ukrainian war, companies were, the Secretary of NATO said between profits and values, we have to decide on values. And since then, definitely the scrutiny has increased. And then for us, IB scholars, international business scholars, so how do we manage that? So then in the last presentations that we have had in a number of academic institutions, we have said we need to have one day of reflecting in the Academy of International Business how we adapt our studies to this new, completely different environment that has changed so much since 2015. So we have to rethink frameworks, and question dogmas, and move along. So definitely, and that was we presented also in the EMI Advisory Council, and we have here some members. So very grateful for their feedback, and definitely we have to rethink the emerging markets report for next year. So then, okay, so we put, okay, so these are all the editions of the EMI report, and you can see in the first one, in this, the picture of the Costco crossing the Panama Canal and everything, that all the optimistic view, we are here, we are doing very well, we emerging markets are coming of age. That was a bit what that picture wanted to show. And definitely, okay, so, but okay, what we have done in the EMI report as previous years, we have moved from the Fortune Global 500 to what we call the billionaire companies. So billionaire companies are those with more than 1 billion in revenues. Also, the report, what has done, has been heavily use of databases, thanks to a tremendous data analytics team that we have at EMI, the interns, and we have here the summer interns, and we have here some, Caleb, Dimitrios, Shirley, so many others that I forgot right now. Some were mentioned before for the quiz competition. So the interns do a lot of the data crunching and translating this data in graphs. And then also, of course, the EMI team right now, Daniel Dos Anjos is helping us a lot with the data, and many others. And I mentioned that before also, Sharjah Bank was part of the team. So then we have here that in numbers, there are more billionaire companies from China than the US, but of course we have also India that should be in red, and it's not, as number 6 in terms of companies that are billionaires, and you also have Brazil and South Africa, Thailand and Mexico. But if we look at the total revenues of those numbers, you see that the US companies continue to be bigger, even if in numbers you have more Chinese in total revenue. So the US companies are still bigger than the Chinese ones. Also, but here there is also one paradox that we find and we keep tracking, is that companies in numbers from other emerging markets have grown till 2014, but since then have gone down, and that is food for thought. We would like to go deeper into that. Of course, here is a lot of the economic turmoil in Latin America. Latin America used to have many big companies, and definitely these numbers have gone down because the different economic crises that Latin America has had in the last 10 years. And then looking at, we looked at greenfield, I mentioned, so the new investments, and we look also at mergers and acquisitions. And over there, what we are seeing is what I mentioned before, is that China used to invest a lot in US, and in US and in Europe, and now in the last 5 years is moving much more to its natural market, that is Asia. That's for one part. Then another thing that we find is that, of course, to finish an M&A deal is complex, it's expensive. So we see that only China, from the biggest emerging markets, is there among the 10 biggest investors in the world. If we compute all the total value of all the acquisitions in the last 10 years, China is a little bit there, but definitely this is a game for the rich countries because not easy. However, in greenfield, we find a bigger presence of emerging markets, India in particular, also Brazil and others. Okay, and then, here what we did was to compare the M&A activity in two periods, 2000 to 2019, and then the last 3 years. And yes, we see that, of course, the scrutiny, the CFIUS, the increasing scrutiny by CFIUS, but also by Europe. For instance, in my country, the Saudi Arabian sovereign fund just bought 10% of an emblematic company that is Telefonica. And the government is still scrutinizing this acquisition of this 10% of one of the biggest companies in the country. So don't think that it's only a scrutiny in the US, it's also a lot of scrutiny in Europe. So yes, this is affecting China because we see the numbers and we see a decreasing participation of China in total values between 2010 and 2019, and 2019 and 2022. But the rest, US continues to be the definitely leader in international acquisitions. And we see, you can look at the numbers in the report, we can see that US continues to increase the total value of their acquisitions, international acquisitions. And Europe also as a whole is a very important player. As a whole, if we add all the transactions from the whole Europe. Maybe I'll stop here. Okay, so then I'll pass the word to Anna.
Right. Given for the sake of time, I will go very, very quickly. First point is just to highlight the list of E20+1. It's kind of an emblem of EMI. It's a group of emerging economies that we established to be able to better analyze what is the role and the influence of emerging markets in the world economy, and also to some extent in geopolitics. So we established here, you have the criteria. We use the GDP per capita, the share in global trade, and poverty levels. And at the end of the day, we end up, all the details are in the emerging market report. So I will skip this. Okay, so here you have the list. It's very stable, mostly countries from Asia, but also a couple, 5 from Latin America, 2 from Europe, and 2 or 3 from Africa. Next, Lourdes. The important point, actually, the report is called Risk and Realignment. I won't deal with the risk. Lorenzo Pavone from OECD will talk about the risk, but much more from a business point of view. We could have talked, but there is no time, about the risk for a more macro and geopolitics, especially what's going on. But we highlight in the report a couple of elements. The first one we show that the emergence of emerging market on the global geopolitical landscape is not new. It's a progressive element. You have two major development institutions created in 2014, 2015, which are basically lending institution, kind of, not exactly, but the World Bank and the IMF of the emerging market. We could have a long discussion about it, but the point is to give that it's a progressive element. 2023, why it's very important is because it's the enlargement of the BRICS. So some people would say, well, it's a symbol. However, it's very, very interesting. First is the first enlargement. Secondly, look at the countries which are in the group now, or which have been including, or between quote, accepted. Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. This morning there was a presentation. I think it's very, very important to keep in mind that the BRICS, whatever we say, it's more than a third of the global GDP. These 11 countries, it's 46% of the world population and 43% of the global oil output, which may mean that this oil issue may be discussed in that particular group. Another point, the new development bank, it's called the BRICS Bank, which basically provide development loans, let's say, to emerging markets. Now, initially, you only had the 5 BRICS countries. Now you have Bangladesh, Egypt, and UAE. And you again have an oil exporting country, quite wealthy, the United Arab Emirates. Another point in terms of what's changing is that these group of countries symbolized, if you want, by the BRICS, they want a bigger voice in the global concert. There is all this question about trying to find a way to deal, pay, do transaction outside the dollar system. I won't go into it. It's the whole issue of dollarization. But very, very interesting is that the NDB and the BRICS are pushing, not for the time being for common currency, because quite far away perhaps, but for the use of national currency. What does it mean for the big and traditional powers? Big question mark. We talked about CBDC a moment ago, so I will stop. The idea in the report was to show that we have a group of countries which are not from the West, which are emerging. And we say realignment or non-alignment. And I just would like to, remember the non-aligned movement on 1955. That's quite a long time. Are we going back to that kind of situation? From a political, but now from an economic point of view, this is very, this is basically the quiz question. I'll stop here. The report will be available, and I hope you will enjoy reading it.
Hello, good afternoon. I understand it's my turn. I was expecting someone to call me, but I would like to say, first of all, thanks again to Lourdes and Anne for the invitation, for the great collaboration. Lourdes was sharing at all the editions of the report, and I think, if I remember correctly, we contribute to all of them. And so very happy as the Development Center and also as the Emerging Markets Network at the Development Center, be able to work together and to continue collaborating with the Emerging Markets Institute. The chapter that we provided for this year's report is called Navigating Business Risk in Emerging Markets. And indeed, as was already mentioned, the world is probably now riskier than it was in March 2023. We at the OECD estimated recently that the global economy, in reality, even if at the beginning of the year was stronger than expected, now the outlook is weak. Inflation remains high and significant downside risks exist. And those that were already mentioned by Anne and Lourdes also are as a global effect that we think that the next year, in 2024, the economic growth, GDP growth, will be actually lower than this year. So we expect this year a global outlook about 3%, but next year it's going to be around 2.7%. So we are seeing that the risk is actually having strong impact on world economy. Now, I would say that an important contribution from global growth will still come from emerging markets. So in reality, as we say, grow between 3 and 2.7%, what we see is that if you look at the G20 emerging economies, growth is expected to be around 4.5% this year and around 4% next year. And if you look only at the advanced economies, actually it's 1.5%. And next year around 1.2. So you can see that in reality, emerging markets in this moment are leading the global growth, as you can expect. Also considering that we have war in Europe, there is a lot of uncertainty, particularly in developed economies. So, and our estimation is actually that most of the growth is expected to come from Asia, despite the weaker than expected recovery in China. So this is to give you a quick overview of the situation. One aspect also that I found interesting before I go into my report to mention in what was presented by Lourdes on how there were less companies coming from emerging markets, and particularly except China, the impact since 2015 of the let's say of the uncertainty on less companies coming from the other emerging markets. So probably one aspect is also the trade restrictions that are more and more impacting emerging markets. So while on the one hand China has a strong economy that is supporting their companies also sometimes directly, a lot of state-owned companies are coming from China. The other ones probably has been suffering more from this kind of US-China trade wars, and these global trade restrictions that have been introduced had a direct impact perhaps on a number of emerging multinational companies, more than probably the Chinese ones, at least since 2015. Now, if you're looking directly at our report, our chapter, basically in the report, what we would like to discuss here is really how companies are looking at the existing risks that were described and that I also mentioned, and where do they see sort of the opportunity to navigate this risk and find an opportunities, to grow. So there are some key messages that include, for example, focus on certain sectors that can still be, I would say, a source of growth and opportunities for companies in emerging markets. One aspect that I would like to mention, the first, is the growth of sustainable finance. So, and this was also something that was discussed in previous report, even at EMI, and sustainable finance is still important and is growing in importance, particularly as far as sustainable finance for the green transition is concerned. In the LAC, since 2019, sustainable finance has more than doubled and is mostly used by the private sector, with green bonds playing an increasingly large role. We covered this also in the latest Latin economic outlook on Latin America. that was focusing also on green transition and the role that sustainable finance can play. So there are still some issues related to, for example, data inconsistency, lack of rigorous metrics, particularly also in the ESG criteria that I would say show the potential for sustainable finance to grow even further and accompany the growth of a number of companies, particularly because more and more now finance is channeled through the label of sustainability. And the more this becomes, I would say, framed in a more stable way and consistent way, and the more there would be an opportunity for companies to position themselves in the sustainability sphere and as an opportunity for growth. One aspect also that is related to sustainable finance is also its application in value chains, because more and more, I would say that sustainability considerations that are pushing companies, as I said, to become more sustainable, but at the same time, they are integrating this sustainability consideration not only into their own strategies, but also in the value chain strategies that they have. So, and the focus now is to how to support the sustainability and in considerations in the supply chains of companies. And now this has the potential to de-risk the supply chains themselves. Now, we said the supply chains now are affected also by a number of disruptions, which come also from the polarization of global geopolitics, as we know. And there is also a perception that comes from the public that sometimes can affect sustainable and global value chains. So positioning companies, positioning their sustainable strategies also in partnership with their suppliers in the global value chains, and the value chains can have the potential to support and help them navigate the risk. And in particular, the risk in their value chains is also related to trying to support better rights for workers, better working conditions, transition away from fossil fuels, and decarbonize also economies.
Lorenzo, sorry to interrupt. Because we don't have a lot of time left, so if you want to conclude it so we can have some time for questions. We are done in about 8 minutes.
So I just mentioned the green transition as part of the sustainability efforts. Another point that I think is relevant is to focus also on the importance of new and digital technologies and reaffirm the green and digital transformations can go hand in hand. We estimate that digitalizing between 15 to 25% of global agriculture, for example, could increase production by 300 million metric tons by 2030 and reduce water consumption, and obviously making them more also able to access new markets. Digital solutions can also help developing platforms, allow SMEs to export more, and this comes also with a number of challenges related to connectivity, financial regulations, but also addressing cybersecurity and data protection. Finally, on this, the importance of regional trade agreements, which are becoming more and more important as the world is disrupted. The regional aspects is also becoming more important, and we need to monitor the progress of regional trade agreements, like the agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnerships, the African Continental Free Trade Area. Latin America in this is a bit lagging behind. Finally, I would say always important to focus on public-private partnerships to make sure that the governments and private sector have a dialogue, to make sure that policies are made in a way that can support, on the one hand, navigating the risk from the public sector and the economies, but also still giving inputs for the private sector to continue invest and find new opportunities for growth. And I stop here, and I hope I didn't go too much beyond my allocated time.
Okay, thank you. I think we should let's clap for the team. This is you know, it's a lot of work, and if you've ever been a researcher, you know how you are given 15 minutes to present the work you've done for 1 year. It's always a struggle. So we're out of time, but we just needed to give them that space. But that being said, I thought they really covered the nuances. And I like Lodesi's point about not really pretending that, you know, all is well and no, all is not well. You know, our world is changing very rapidly. For the 4 minutes that we have left, I think I'll ask 2 quick questions. The first is on geopolitical risk and the implications for businesses, for emerging market multinationals, you know. Because of what we are seeing currently, I mean, business strategies and other things are being tweaked, you know, to ensure that companies remain competitive globally. So let me pick on Anne. How do you think companies should adjust in light of what we are seeing in geopolitical dynamics? If we were to advise companies, you know, emerging markets, multinationals, can you think of 1 or 2 things that they could do to help them mitigate the rough road ahead?
Yeah. Okay. Is it on? Yes. Okay. I just say that's a very tough question. Thank you. How would I advise a multinational company to take into account geopolitical risk? As they say, we cannot measure it. So that's the first issue. And it all depends whether you are talking a company from an emerging market or an advanced economy. Because definitely the weight that you have at the US company is not necessarily the same that you would have as if you were not a big emerging economy, but a smaller one, if I may say so. The only thing how could I say, and it all depends also about situation, because if you take this, what happened with the war in Ukraine, suddenly companies were asked to divest. They had no choice. So basically, you make a lot of decisions on the economic and financial rationale, and bam, you have the geopolitical consideration, which basically forces you to take action. The only way I would say to deal with that is to have always integrate or have within your team people who follow closely what's happening on the geopolitical scene. There are, I must say, in some countries, especially in Europe, because I know that case more, we have government agencies that ensure against political risk. So that's also a possibility. But I would say that I am not sure if there is any insurance against the kind of events that we have seen lately in Ukraine and also in the Middle East.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Of course, the devil is in the details, and there's a lot more to unpack. Another quick question that I think is very important. You know, it would be unfair if we left here without addressing that. Is the whole notion about the enlargement of the BRICS. You know, late summer in August this year, you know, in August 2023 to be precise, part of the overarching movement by emerging market economies and developing economies was to add more members to the traditional group of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And there's been a lot of debates, you know, both in the scholarly world and the world of practice about what this might mean, you know, when they've added Ethiopia, Saudi, and some other countries. For scholars and practitioners in emerging markets, what would this enlargement mean in the coming years? What should we expect to see? How might that change